Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Northwood, the third day here at Merchant Taylor's School, and quite the third day it should be. It's been a pretty even match today. Middlesex perhaps noses in front at this point, but 55-2 Northamptonshire. They trail by 3 runs in their second innings. It's a pretty big session coming up, pretty big 6 sessions coming up really for both sides' seasons. The wrong end of the table, they'll be looking to climb above. I'm Kevin Hands alongside me, Mike Selby. We'll say hello to Mike in just a moment. But first of all, let's look back on those Day 2 highlights. Oh, it's up in the air, but it's safe. Over the mid-wicket, and in the end over the rope as well. Down the grounds. Beautiful shot from Stoneman. Bowls in, that's the end of Bamba. He's done well though, 43 put on for the first wicket with the night watchman. That's a lovely flowing drive by Robson. A little bit of width. Stoneman gives it the treatment. On to 37. Four more for Stoneman to end the over. He moves to 48. Middlesex 83 for 1. Oh, look at that come back, and he's got him. Takes the inside edge. Great catch as well behind the stumps. Get a single here. Think about 2, back they come. There's the 50 for Stoneman. 67 deliveries. Middlesex 105 for 2. Oh dear, he's gone. Well, that keeps low on Stoneman. He looks back at the surface, and he's actually going to walk down the surface and prod away before he makes his way off. It's a fine catch, sharply taken. Milan's gone. Oh, goodness me, he's got him. Full of ball. Simpson's gone for 1. There he goes, stepping across. Pulling hard. 4 runs to get off the mark. Glorious. Driven through point by Holden. Lovely shot for the left-hander. Oh, cry a catch. He did flay at it. If you're going to flay hard. Crunched on this occasion. Lovely shot. Precarious position. Less precarious now for Middlesex. Starting to open up a bit. Holden's on to 36. Oh, now that could be close and gone. Right arm around to the left-hander, so it has to straighten a bit.
It had to straighten, didn't it, for that to be out.
Now, could be trouble here. He's backed up to him and he's gone. Carey's out for 10, 2-15 for 7. Edged, gone. Just carried. It's a second slip. Short. Hooked away. Well put away by Higgins. Looks for the 50 as he reverse sweeps through the legs of slip. And 50 it is for Higgins. 6th 50 of the summer in the championship for Higgins. 85 deliveries. Outstanding knock. Whipped by Roland Jones. Such a distinctive shot of his. Oh, that wraps on the pad. They think they've got him, they have. Didn't even turn to ask the question. Sanderson plays around a straight one. Oh, he's gone. That's it done. 277 for 9. 277 all out. Lead of 58. It's a lovely shot. Punched away in front of the backward point, and there's the first boundary. Oh, that was a little uppish for a moment, wasn't it? We were talking about this a lot. Oh, he's bowled him! Cracking delivery from Higgins, and in his first over he strikes again. Crunched away. A lovely shot in front of point from Gay, moves to 10. Oh, has he nicked it? He has! 44 for 2 at the end of the 17th, and it's that man Higgins again. So that was the day 2 highlights. Big man in the match so far, Ryan Higgins. 2 wickets in the Northamptonshire first innings. They were all done for 219. 64 unbeaten in Middlesex's innings so far. And another couple of wickets last night to leave the visitors 55 for 2. Let's hear from the man himself, Ryan Higgins.
Ryan Higgins, thanks for joining us. The end of day 2 here at Merchant Taylors. First and foremost, well batted again. Your 6th half century of the season.
Yeah, cheers. A good day for us as a team. I think getting past them and sort of staying ahead, not by many, but still keeping that lead with them 2 down. I think it puts pressure on them tomorrow. So, yeah, nice day of cricket for us.
Goes without saying that this is a massive game. You're right, we've got our noses in front. They return 2 down tomorrow with 3-run deficit on the board. Confidence must be pretty high going into a crucial third day.
Yeah, I think the boys sort of figured out a way that they needed to bat on that wicket, and have also sort of found out how we need to bowl. We've been really patient with the ball and probably slightly more attacking with the bat. So it's one of those where we've had to change our game plans, but it's been a good 2 days, and I think watching someone like Rocky really helped me. I spoke to him before batting, and just the way he went about it, getting that key bits of information back to the dressing room, I think helped the boys a lot.
Yeah, it was an uncharacteristic knock for you. It looked very much like it was business as usual. You got off the mark with 2 crunching 4s off Ben Sanderson, and then it was a case of getting down and gritting it out, and it was a real patient, stoic knock, obviously accelerated towards the end.
Yeah, exactly. I sort of felt like I was off to fly, and I was pretty happy, and I was like, oh yeah, hopefully this continues. And then they just bowled really straight and tied me down. They had good fields. And then obviously at the end you sort of try and put a bit more pressure back on them, and luckily got through that period where they put a lot of pressure on me, but yeah, at the end I was obviously looking to be a bit more attacking without being reckless, but yeah, it worked out nicely.
A word on the wicket, it looks pretty tough to score out there. I mean, Northampton obviously finished their innings without a batter in the 50s. Yourself and Rocky both got there, but it seemed to be tough going pretty much throughout both of your innings.
Yeah, I mean, I think from what I found, I thought it was hard to score. The ball was slightly up and down. I don't think there was that much, lateral movement, but the ball being up and down and a bit too paced meant that you couldn't just hit through the line and get 4. And obviously, with the slope here, it's a slightly different dynamic. Scoring down the hill felt slightly easier at times, and up the hill, feels a bit more of a struggle. Whether it's actually true or not, it's just sort of in your head, I suppose.
This is the last trial of the Kookaburra ball. As an all-rounder, you've obviously got to experience it both as a batter and a bowler. You've been pretty accomplished with both. Another 2 wickets for you this evening. What's the big difference you found with the Kookaburra ball versus a jigs?
I suppose you can see from 40 overs onwards it probably starts to soften up quite a lot. So batting wise, I found that it is tougher to hit boundaries, but actually bowling wise, again, probably the same, tougher to take wickets, but it becomes a bit more, the attritional type of cricket that you maybe see in Australia and around the world, where guys, bowl for a day and bat for a day. So I think it's good in some ways, and in others, English conditions, it also is different. So we've never played with it, so we can all learn to be better with it, but I don't necessarily think on wickets like that it's going to change the game. If anything, I've felt like it's slowed the game down a little bit. So whether that's scoring runs or taking wickets, it's just been a bit more attritional from what I've seen. Even the game we played at Hampshire felt like real attritional, sort of unsort of English like at the moment, English cricket. So we'll see what they do with it in the future.
Not a fan then. Ryan Higgins, thanks ever so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. All the very best of luck tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Ryan Higgins, who has had a fine season on his return from Gloucestershire, back on loan at the end of last season, first permanent season back And in Division 1, Middlesex have certainly needed him. He's been a standout performer throughout. Someone's going to need to be a standout performer with the ball this morning for Middlesex. I think a chase on this of anything over 200 will be tricky. But Middlesex will know, both sides will know probably, they left a few runs out there in the first inning. Certainly that Kookaburra ball hasn't done as much as Duke ball would have done here at Merchant Taylor's School. Is a fair assessment, I'd suggest. Ethan Bamber is going to get us underway on the third morning. Whiteman with 6, Gay 21. Solid start from the opener. Once again, Keogh, Proctor, Zaib still to come. It's a decent middle order for Northamptonshire. So Middlesex will feel a little bit of pressure to get in amongst them this morning and not let these two get a good start and soften that Kookaburra ball a little bit more. First ball of day 3. Right on the spot from Bamber, Mr. Reliable as ever, down the hill from the Benham ends. So 55 for 2. Sun's out at the moment. Was a little brief spit of rain about an hour or so ago here. A forecast maybe of some heavier stuff in the evening session today, but plenty of time left in the game, you'd imagine, with the forecast today and tomorrow. Line, nice channel again from Ethan Bamber. Yeah, trailing by 3. Get up to tea time today. Just past it, Northamptonshire, and set Middlesex over 200. Then they will feel very much in the game here at MTS. Just a single. Down to one of the subs, Luke Holman. Injuries, of course, to Josh DeCaries and Stephen Eskenazi in this game. Robbie White stands at slip in place of Eskenazi. DeCaries off, that's why Holman's down at long leg, both injuring fingers in the slips. Eskenazi taking a catch, DeCaries putting one down yesterday evening. Eskenazi had to bat at 9 in the first innings as a precaution. Let's wait and see how that goes second time around. Indeed, DeCaries was at 8, which is low for a man who's made his career so far as an opener. First cry catch of the morning. That's something we've been keeping an eye on this match as well, as the bounce on this pitch, carry through to the keeper, but also for the batter, pushing at 1. Too many drives down the ground, as we said, and indeed not too many cover drives either, as many as you usually see, but that's the nature of the pace of this surface. Nothing unusual for an outground really, and indeed, I think as many are making the point now, Kookaburra ball actually here has meant that hasn't been as seamer friendly a surface as it usually is. Inside tickle for Gay, on to 22. 1 ball to come of the opening over. And Kevin Hand alongside me, Mike Selvey. We'll say hello to Selv at the end of the over. Big third day coming up here, as Selv said last night. It's virtually a 1 innings match now. Their last 8 versus Middlesex's last 10, but Middlesex batting last. How will the pitch go? How much did that heavy roller play a part in between the 2 innings so far? Second innings of the match and the third innings of the match. Top ball to end the over, 57 for 2. So they trail by 1 still, Northamptonshire, here at Merchant Taylor's. Live stream from Middlesex here at Merchant Taylor's for this one. Myself, Kevin Hand, Mike Selby's alongside me. Morning, Selva.
Okay.
Looking forward to today. It should be a good day's cricket, shouldn't it?
Yeah, there's a bit on the line, isn't there? I think I think it's a pretty even match. You know, they've lost 2 wickets, but I reckon that's offset against having to bat last on a pitch that could be tricky. Although it's not been as tricky as maybe the score suggests. Nobody has played the definitive innings yet, have they? That the game demands as an opportunity here. I thought Emilio Gay played really well last night. Actually, you know, maybe it's he who's going to do that. But somebody needs to take, to play that innings and then give the bowlers a chance.
Ryan Higgins, top scorer in the match so far, into the 60s, unbeaten yesterday in Middlesex's innings. A couple of wickets to his name in this innings already. Straight on that spot again. It's interesting they've gone to Bamber and Higgins first up this morning, Middlesex, isn't it? Because Helm and Roland Jones more the strike bowlers, but perhaps that slightly fuller length of the Kookaburra ball has been more helpful to these two.
Well, I was intrigued by Ryan Higgins, how he, he's by distance the shortest of the bowlers, but he's hitting the splice consistently. A little bit quicker than you might think. He's only rapid. He's got a low trajectory, skiddy bowler, but still hits that splice. Had a cracking day yesterday, didn't it? I mean, a real proper cricketer's day. Runs, good runs, worked hard for those runs, and then the 2 wickets that fell.
Yeah, it's been an entertaining match so far. Again, slow on the first day for Northamptonshire, but I don't mind that at all. Perhaps, in hindsight, for them a little too slow. Maybe let Middlesex bowl at them a little. Middlesex may actually surmise perhaps a little bit too quick, as you say. Somebody should have got in and built the substantial innings, and that will be their regret of that first innings, and it'll be their regret if they don't come out with a win. Higgins left stranded at the end. Outstanding knock for him. He actually mentioned in the interview just before the start there what you picked up on yesterday. His first 2 scoring shots were boundaries, and then his last 2 scoring shots to take him to 50 were boundaries as well, and they were the only 4 boundaries he hit in the 50.
I thought they bowled pretty well, actually. Northampton bowlers, they bowled straight, bowled consistently.
It's whipped. Back of the square on the leg side. Long leg's got a fair old chase. Now that is De Carey's, isn't it? So who is off for Holman then? De Carey's getting the throw in. Maybe it was De Carey. Maybe my eyes were deceiving me. Was that De Carey's down at deep third in that previous over then? Did Holman slip on? So De Carey's is on the field. That is good news in terms of batting for Middlesex. Eskenazi is not though, and certainly White at slip. Ooh. You mentioned he's sharper in pace, and that was picked up. We've talked a lot about speed guns, haven't we? End of the over, 59 for 2 after a couple here, but the speed guns that have been around this season, Higgins has pushed it through at a fair lick, up there with close to Bamber and Roland Jones.
I don't know about how consistent these speed guns are. I really don't. You see different things. Do they tweak them up a bit? I don't know. Good PR for quicker bowlers, isn't it? I saw.
Well, if Mertz is 68 and they're showing it's a bit too quick, then
exactly that. Yeah. Well, I mean that's winding it right down, isn't it?
But as you made the point, it's the consistency, isn't it? Is the question.
Yeah. I saw Steve Eskenazi's finger this morning, the one that is injured. It's like, it's like one of those cartoon fingers where somebody's hit, they've hit their thumb with a hammer, and it's a great throbbing thing that it looks like that bulbous end to it, where it looks pretty horrible.
It's his bottom hand, isn't it? It was his right hand.
His right index finger, so yeah. But nothing untoward happened with the ball, has it yet? Maybe it'll happen when the ball gets a little bit older. Well, it's 27, 28 overs now, so it's not a brand new ball by any means.
That's the challenge for Middlesex here, isn't it? To I thought they, as a unit, that was their best bowling performance in the first innings. Northamptonshire all out for 219, and then they, by omission, said that they felt light with their own first innings score. Middlesex, that suggests that that was a very good bowling performance. Then to restrict Northamptonshire to 219.
Which sidearm do you work with here, huh?
The indifferent bounce was a little bit more noticeable yesterday, I did think, though. How it goes today we shall see. Right, what's the delay? Get it. Gay seems to have a problem. It's called for the physio. Bambu is ready to go, but pause as the physio comes out to see Gay. What is it? Seems to have particularly pointed to anything. Physio's obviously not particularly looking at anything, maybe just feeling a little unwell. Not giving him a tablet or anything though. Can we run a replay of the last ball, Ollie? Have a look at the last ball and see if there was anything there. I don't particularly notice anything. He ran through, I was just going to see if there was anything, but
Strange one, isn't it? He's not actually looking, he's explaining something or trying to explain something. He's running around quite lively fashion this morning before play.
I thought knee as well. Producer Ollie's just said is his knee. I thought as well that, but the physio hasn't looked at anything. It appears more as though he's talking about his balance, doesn't it? Which kind of would suggest.
Going
yeah,
off,
I think it's whether it's a headache or his vision's just not quite right this morning. What do they call it?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Ocular migraine, is it that they call it?
So we'll find out soon enough. But he's well, he's not going to play the definitive innings this morning, is
well,
he?
That's a real
sure.
blow, isn't it?
That is
he's
actually
looked good
because he was playing really well.
Was it much like the producer Ollie? I thought knee as well at first. I thought he just seemed to be, crouching himself a little bit, sort of thinking about his crease. But maybe it was more his balance that he was just feeling. He's not feeling quite right, and well, certainly it's the right thing to do to go off. Having had a conversation clearly with the. He does seem to be labouring a little bit as he makes it off there. Whether it was an injury that the physio's already aware of this morning, and maybe that's why he didn't need to look at it. They've tested it. We'll have to wait and see. But
he was playing their football warm-up game quite adequately, so
that was when he did it.
Well, yes, that's also possible. I mean, I'm guessing that that your first instinct's right, that he's got some kind of he just doesn't feel great.
Producer Ollie might have spotted something on Higgins' last delivery, so we'll see if we can pick up what it is. First up though, Luke Proctor, 60 for 2. The retired Hurt.
Yeah, wounded in a field hospital, won't we soon? There's a wounded list piling up.
Well, that's true, yeah.
I think Peter Milan's hobbling around as well. He's got I think it's a knee issue.
Got that horrible knee injury at the Oval, didn't he? I've seen him limping down the stairs that night. Here's Bamber to Proctor. Let's go now on that replay of the Higgins delivery. Did he just do something as he ducks there? It's a great spot, Ollie. The way he went down, you can almost see he didn't duck with the knees, did he? Kind of ducks with the hips, whether he just...
Didn't hit him on the head, did it?
No, but whether he twinged something in...
Yeah, maybe.
Pure speculation, Ollie reminds us to say, absolutely. We'll see if Northampton will let us know at some point, but... Yeah, shame for Gay. He did well for a couple of hours in the first innings and had done well in the second innings as well. Does that just open a door for Middlesex? A new batter out there. Didn't carry to Robson at second. Actually wasn't sure if it was an edge or off the body that went through to second. Let's have a look. Yeah, it was an edge, well short.
Yeah, dropped well short. Played with quite soft hands there, didn't he?
I barely even heard the noise. We must be in the wrong direction for the breeze then. The wind's blowing the other way.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the wind's changed around a little from yesterday. It's not as muggy today either. It's a little bit cooler and fresher.
What does that mean for the Kookaburra ball?
I've no idea. It's round and red. Soft.
Yeah, well, just mentioned to you before the start, I was talking to Andrew Radd, follows Northamptonshire around and has done for many years, about the match against Kent, which was their Kookaburra match. I mentioned the match scores, but hadn't particularly touched on the fact that they too had prepared a dry surface at Wantage Road, a spinner's surface, and came up a little light, 200 on the board in the first innings, then 600 from Kent in reply. And Wes Agar for Kent had it reversing apparently on that dry surface at Wantage Road, accustomed as he is to the Kookaburra ball, so it played into Agar's hand a little, but Northamptonshire came up light in the first innings, as they may well have done here, which does just put a little bit of pressure on the third innings. But yeah, their summary of the softness of the Kookaburra in that game was very similar to the one down at the Aegeus. 15-20 overs, it went absolutely soft and then stayed in that same condition all the way through to the 80th over. Whereas in this round, what they're telling us, actually on this not so abrasive a surface at Merchant Taylor School, a little bit more moisture around, not so dry, it is keeping the bowlers a little more interested throughout the innings. It's not going quite as soft quite so quickly.
The Kent game was the one that Daniel got 200, didn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
He's a good player, I think.
Yeah. Been doing some damage with Crawley in a T20 at Lords indeed.
I think he was on a bit of a roll, wasn't he? There, he got 100 in the blast, I think, and then got that 200. Might have been that way around.
Wicket Higgins. The one that I'm thinking of is, I think it was 2020. Well, it might have been 2020 itself actually. Nobody in Lords, and it might be one of the first times a hybrid pitch was used, and he and Crawley just absolutely, it was coming beautifully onto the bat for them, flying around Lords, empty Lords. I remember Gus Fraser saying afterwards, it really seen hitting like it, timing like it.
Well, the hybrid pitches, generally speaking, provide bonanza for the batters, don't they? You know, that was a hybrid pitch that Middlesex played Somerset on 2 or 3 years ago, wasn't it? Down at Taunton, where Middlesex chased about get best part of 240 in the T20 game and got it with 3 overs to spare. And one of Owen's last games for Middlesex, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a record chase at that point, wasn't it? Which Middlesex then took from themselves.
Absolutely. You know, the fact they still had 3 overs in hand when they won the game tells you a lot.
All eyes on De Villiers that night to see if he could provide something, and it was Morgan that came up with the goods. Seems to remember De Villiers caught for a pull shot out deep mid wicket. You just remember that because you remember everybody thinking it's going to have to be De Villiers, it's going to have to be De Villiers, and then Morgan came up with perhaps one of his finest hours.
Yeah, he got 80 odd not out, didn't he, in no time. I think David Milan got 40 at the start of maybe 14 balls, something like that.
knocked out by Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge in the quarter-final.
Yeah, it was ugly, wasn't it? 10 wickets, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a capitulation, really. That wasn't one of their finest days.
And it was probably the best T20 side Middlesex have had since 2008 that year, wasn't it? With De Villiers, Morgan, Milan, Sterling was still around. Finn, Helm.
Yeah, it was. It's a better side than one that loses by 10 wickets, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Another overseas player, didn't we, too?
Hafiz, Mohammed Hafiz, isn't it?
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Couple more here. Proctor's off the mark. We're all scratching our head in the tent. Well done, producer Ollie. Mohammed Hafiz. I'm thinking Majib as well. He was the year after, wasn't he? I think, or 2 years after. 63 for 2 here. 2 balls to go the over. Proctor off the mark with 3. I'll run. Another example, perfect example, but just an example of it. That fuller ball, Whiteman watchful. 30 balls he's had so far. Pushes watchfully to mid-off rather than full-blooded drive. In fact, that's probably a good way of putting it. I don't think we've seen a full-blooded drive in the match, really, have we? Back a little there. Bamber won't mind that at all. Whiteman has 8, Proctor has 3, Northamptonshire 63 for 2.
They're doing the right thing here, Middlesex. They're plugging away. There's no magic ball you're going to bowl on this. You've just got to put pressure on all the time, make the batsman play. On a pitch that you might have variable bounce, you want to be attacking the stumps. Especially for the low bounce, obviously.
Yeah, it's a game of patience, this, isn't it? Cat and mouse, just keep on that off stump. Northamptonshire going to a run rate of 2.1 again, and I'm sure that Middlesex, that won't have been lost to them, that 2.2 in the first innings, Middlesex scored it closer to 4. Can they keep, I mean, it's a long way, isn't it? If you're only scoring at 2.1, you're a long way before you're in a position where you're thinking a lead of 5 at the moment, you want minimum 200.
Yeah, and you know, eventually the dam breaks, doesn't it? You bang away at it enough.
Just trying to take it one-handed, couldn't quite grab it. Oh, they're going to come back for the second throw to the non-striker's end. Goodness me, that's good running. Middlesex, the hand that Holden got to it meant that Bamber had to run that little bit further in, allowing them the second. Very clever cricket from the batters, getting that second run. Everyone at a premium.
We were sort of debating last night, weren't we, into how the roller might have had an effect on it, a heavy roller. Because the ball really didn't seem to me to do anything untoward at all, and I don't think it has done thus far this morning.
Yeah, this innings seems to be the most well behaved of the ball. I'd say there was, from what I saw on day 1 to day 2, I recall more seam movement on day 1, and maybe that was that green grass that was left on, was to the surprise of a few. Then on day 2 it seemed a little bit more up and down, but this innings last night and this morning really hasn't been much to talk about the ball at all. Just be a single down to Carey's long leg. In fact, there were 2 in succession yesterday. There was one that climbed up, wasn't there, and then one that kept low straight away, and we'd marked yesterday. It was the first time in an over, let alone consecutive balls, that you'd have said it.
Need to see the tall lads on it and see what happens with them fairly soon.
He's one of the tall lads in the foreground working on the ball already. Tom Helm tosses it back to Higgins. Was fired up last night, found that edge. Down by De Caries, who had to leave the field with the injury. Nobody means to drop them, but it's even worse when you drop them and get injured doing so. Saving grace for Eskenazi. He held on to Whiteman's catch when he injured his finger. End of the over, 66 for 2.
The other thing that Middlesex could do is just have an early look at the spinner to see whether or not it does anything. Just a couple of overs. It might dictate the way the game's played. If it's suddenly spun, and you say, okay, book him in. Then you've got your seamers from the other end, and if it doesn't turn, and then there's nothing lost in having a little exploratory look, is there?
And actually from the lake end, where he might get a little bit of extra bounce going up the hill, all the seamers are wanting to run down the hill, which is what Bamber's doing now from the Benham end. Slight little bit off the straight there from Bamber, wasn't there? Alan Coleman was here talking about that last night. He said around the wicket to the left-hander, his action does just create that natural movement away from a lefty. How much can he find though with this Kookaburra? Saw a cracking ball to dismiss John Simpson, didn't we?
Yeah, that was. He bowled well, didn't he? That boy. I thought he bowled. I thought he ran. Yeah, he ran him really, really hard. I think he got more bounce and carry out of the pitch than anybody in the match, actually.
To the cry. To the comeback for as Thoman slides. Yeah, Taylor picked up 2 for 62 from 16. Bit of a late bloomer, Taylor, on the rounds in the Midlands. East Midlands Express, Tommy Taylor.
Yeah, I don't think those figures reflect how well he bowled, actually.
So look at the economies actually of Northamptonshire. He was the most expensive, 3.88. Doesn't reflect it at all, really, does it? But Middlesex were looking to score up and around 4 throughout the innings, and that's what they did. Just in front of Holden, nobody in the covers. On to come of the over. In fact, that was something else Higgins marked in his interview, wasn't it? Off the mark with a couple of boundaries, and he said he thought that was it. He was going to be away. And Northamptonshire really tightened it up, he said.
I think one of the things that we just saw there, actually, that Middlesex weren't quite so good at yesterday was just looking for the singles for rotating the strike, keeping the ball moving that way. Now, you know, they were going 4 and over. You might say, well, they were doing that pretty well, but it didn't seem like they were doing it in that manner.
Yeah, he said field placement was very good, didn't he, Higgins, in that interview? End of the over here, 32 done. 69 for 2, so effectively a session into this Northamptonshire second innings, leading by 11 runs. match on the first day, 69 for 2, so pretty even Stevens, but Middlesex haven't let them get away. It isn't though, it's the third morning. Heavy roller's been on it in between innings on a couple of occasions. As you say, that grass covering that was there on the first morning, not as prevalent now. Hampshire certainly played the long game in the first innings down at the Aegeus against the Kookaburra. The slowest first-class century that Nick Gubbins has scored. Sat in, dug in. Much to be said for that as well, but they will need to find those runs. Northamptonshire really needs 200 for here to feel they've got something to bowl at. Evidence again this morning, Middlesex will be really disappointed if they're not chasing 170, 180 on this, 'cause it's been 32 overs, have been pretty docile now.
Well, he won't mind if it plays like this, that's the thing, but will it carry on playing like this though? Did Northampton get more out of the pitch than Middlesex have done?
Certainly in this innings, yeah, definitely. But if Middlesex walked off thinking that they were light in their first innings, then that means Northamptonshire were a fair way light in theirs. As I say, best bowling performance I've seen from Middlesex that first innings was the consistency, the line and length. As a unit, they all played their part. Roland Jones is warming up. That's mid-on. Helm had the last couple of overs from the Lake End last night. Just saw him in the foreground there at mid-on. First spell he had up the hill. No ball calls. Higgins will have to try and complete the 33rd over again. Got a single down to the carries. There's the strapping on his little finger, I think that was, is it? On his right hand. So not affecting the bowling. The off spinner. The spin options for Middlesex. Robson. Hold, I'm surprised his bowling's fallen away over the years. I thought he was a really good bowler to begin with. Inside edge. Very nearly through at the end of the over. 33 done, 72 for 2.
A tiny hint there of movement for him into the bat, into the left hand. So Rojo coming down the hill. First opportunity for one of the taller bowlers.
Yeah, gave Helm that spell up the hill yesterday evening, the first time. What have we had? 33 minutes. First bowling change. Batman pretty much kept it on the spot, didn't do much wrong, did he? Just didn't find
No, plugged away.
Might speak to that difference in height. And it is that kind of surface generally, Merchant Taylor School, isn't it, where the taller bowlers have a little bit more success. Leg side first up. Half volley put away for 4.
Yeah, I don't think the leg stump half volley is in the playbook for today, is it? All looser that was. Rangefinder.
Helicopter passing overhead, not one of the military ones today, I don't think. Rattling away on the effects mic. Not quite as loud either as the American Air Force plane that flew in.
About that plane yesterday, you know, we were speculating what it was, and we know it was one of those big American transporters, but Biden had been here, and they transport that huge vehicle, don't they? Yeah, so it weighs 4 or 5. Yeah, something like that. 4 or 5 tons it weighs, doesn't it? And it maybe it was that.
Oh yeah, stuck it in the back of that.
Because he's gone off to, I presume it's a NATO summit, you see.
Let's run away down to deep third for a single. President in town, our former president sat next to me.
Yeah, right out of the loop now. Quite refreshing, actually.
Did you ever walk around with the current president?
Yeah,
Mark
looked out with
Ramprakash?
a few things to talk about. I think he's slotting into that role really, really nicely, and I think he'll be outstanding at it.
.78 for 2.
It's a much more proactive role at board level than it ever was, and it's really important that you get somebody who's in a position to be able to contribute to that, and I think he's exactly the right person to do that. I would say that as I chose him, but it's but I think it's I think it's proving a really good thing.
Why is it more so than ever? I'm trying to think back over the years. Embers, Harry Latchman, Jeff Norris had it at one point, I think.
Well, just changed the role, just changed the nature of it, really. I think when I took it on the basis that I wasn't going to be doing glad-handing entertaining. That wasn't what I did, and kind of changed it from there on.
Said that the winds mentioned has changed today. I don't think we'll be able to pick it up on one of the cameras, but behind our position here, next to the pavilion, we're looking across exactly where the static camera is looking across there, but from behind us the wind's blowing in the back of the tent. It's also blowing in the sound of the cows mooing in a field behind. Not quite sure if it's picking up on the effects mic for you.
The keeper standing up, you know, for the bowler. I remarked yesterday, it does make you want to. It makes you hit the deck a little hard. It definitely does that. And the other thing it does, it gives you something tangible to actually aim at. When the keeper's standing back, you you can intuitively bowl a line. So you might bowl a fourth stump line, or you might bowl fifth stump, or whatever you're bowling. But that's sort of an intangible thing. With a keeper up, you've actually got his gloves to aim at.
I was having this conversation with Gus a couple of rounds back, and I remember when I was a kid listening to one of the, I can't remember which one it was, but one of the West Indies greats talking about, talks about bowling at handkerchief to be on a length, and he said he never visualised like that. He always visualised, rather than the ball hitting the deck, he visualised the ball hitting the keeper's gloves. Now, not the keeper standing up, I should add, but the keeper standing back, but it was a rarity. Most bowlers would visualise that length, wouldn't they? They'd want the ball to pass the batter, whereas this, I can't remember which one it was, but I remember that bowler talking about visualising the ball thump it. He really visualised it thumping into the keeper's gloves each time, and again the keeper would be standing a fair old way back.
See, I don't think as a bowler you aim a length. You can't do it, because if you understand at the crease there and look down, the angle you're looking at is so hard to even define where a length is. I could take anyone in this ground, right, and take them out in the middle and say, right, you put a handkerchief on where you think a fast bowler's length is, and they will almost always put it on a very, very long half volley length. My natural length was about 20 feet, about a third of the way down the pitch, which might seem quite a long way down, but that's my length. Some of these quicker bowlers, it's even further back than that. So it's quite difficult to aim. You don't aim for length, you kind of feel the length. You bowl so many deliveries that you could do it literally do it with your eyes shut. Same with varying the length. The more you do it, the more intuitive it becomes, and the more you don't need to aim a Yorker, you don't need to aim a bouncer, you just know where it'll be. Your mind will tell you where it should be, if you're good at it, obviously.
What was the visualisation for you? Top of off?
Well, no, I didn't have it, honestly. I think
But there wasn't one at all, it was just the feeling.
Yeah, it was just an overall picture. I didn't aim at anything in particular, but the length I tried, I didn't always do it obviously, but the length I tried to bowl was the natural length that I'd been bowling for years, and it was that ingrained in what I did. I could have done it without even thinking about it.
Away in between the two on the onside, who are up on the single, mid-on and mid-wicket, Bamber and Higgins, who'd opened the bowling this morning. Couple taken. 23 now, 81 for 2.
There's each to his own, there's other bowlers will tell you an entirely different story of how they do, and it's what works, isn't it? What works for you. Often been asked, how did you hold it for an away swing? I said, well, I can show you how I held it for an away swing, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, so me, for a difference between an away swinger and an in-swinger is different for somebody like Malcolm Marshall would bowl an away swinger and in-swinger just by moving his thumb underneath he didn't change very much. I think Jimmy Anderson just changes the pressure on his fingers. Whereas Makram moved the thumb again. There wasn't such an obvious thing as changing the seam round. It's whatever works, and you have to. So one of the things I do, very fundamentally, we didn't have videos and stuff like that. I was learning. One of the things I do was stand in front of a mirror and try and make sure that my arm came over the seam was upright, and fiddle around with it until it looked like the seam was upright.
Thick edge. Just a single for Whiteman.
Very primitive way of doing it, but that's you know, that's what I tried to do. So it might have just been a minor adjustment. You know, it was an old Somerset cricketer called Arthur Wellard, very famous Somerset cricketer, big hitter, huge hitter of into the churchyard at Taunton, and a bowler for England.
Like stump half volley again. That one races away once more. 86 for 2. Roland Jones goes for 7. Off his over.
So when I was at school, we used to go once a month to Alf Gover's school in cricket school in Wandsworth, a very famous indoor cricket school. And Arthur Wellard used to work there. And I was bowling in his nets one day, and Arthur Wellard said, come here, he said, and he put the ball in my hand, and he just put the ball, just changed something in it, right? Just moved it around. And the next ball I bowled, I swear it, hooped almost into the side netting. It just hooped, right? And that one little bit of coaching from a bloke who knew what he was doing gave me a career, actually. That was proper coaching, but it was just a minute change, so you could spot something like that. Could have showed you then, couldn't I? We had the Kookaburra ball sitting in front of us all
I
day.
was just thinking, where's it gone?
Yeah.
It's well done by Bamba. He had one grab at that on the move, had to go quickly.
Tell you what, there would have been the old boot on that back in the day, I can tell you.
We saw a boot yesterday, didn't we? Who was it? Was it Sanderson?
Proper one, proper boot. People often say, well, you didn't used to dive in your day, did you? I say, well, yes and no, really. There were times, like outgrounds in particular, with a nightmare, because you didn't have the boundary ropes used to go almost right back to the advertising hoardings they used to put up. And back in those days, if you remember, the drinks cans had ring pulls on them, but they weren't like the ones that are integral to the thing. You pulled the ring can off. They were like razors, and they'd pull these off and they'd throw them on just over the. No, like razors, so you didn't die from those.
No ball again from Higgins.
And you couldn't do the rolling kind of flick back somersault things they do now, because you'd have been straight into the concrete wall, wouldn't you?
Yeah. I think the big change in fielding came. I mean, I remember in my childhood watching Johnsy Rhodes throwing himself around, and he was just seen as an absolute marvel at that point. You know, there's nothing like him in the world. The way he was regarded.
Well, the gun fielding position, so Slip's always been, brilliant slip catchers. I don't believe that people catch the ball at slip any better than they ever did. But cover fielder was the gun position. They were all the great cover fielders. And they were, they were the real cover fielders of my time. Were brilliant, from Derek Randall, Paul Parker, Graham Barlow. He was wonderful. I played with Colin Bland, and he was, he was knocking on a little bit when I played with him, but he could field still. I saw him chase a ball once. Somebody hit a straight drive, and he chased it all the way down to the boundary. And he turned, and there was only ever going to be one outcome. It was through the middle stump out from on the boundary, and it was inevitable, because that was what he was renowned for. And then suddenly cover just became unfashionable when it moved to backward point, didn't it? This is where John T. Rhodes and people like that came in.
Why do you think that was? That it switched
I
to
don't
backward
know. I
point?
guess it's where the ball went in one-day cricket more. It was
Yeah, I
mostly
guess,
one-day
yeah.
cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's a good point. One day cricket, I suppose, is where fielding really. I mean, again, 2020's kicked things on, hasn't it, in terms of fielding?
I mean, it's not even a contest between what it used to be.
Overthinking it to say that perhaps uncovered pitches made cover a more important point place than backward point.
No, I think the way the game's changed, the way the scoring rates, the way people don't hit the ball harder, but they have bats that are more forgiving, bigger hitting areas. So, and many more sixes are hit as a result. Therefore, boundary runners become the key positions in, especially in T20. And they are remarkably athletic. I make no bones about that. The best outfielder, boundary fielder I've ever, in fact, the best all-round fielder I've ever seen from Middlesex was Roland Butcher, who was remarkable. In fact, if he had a weakness in the field, it was kind of the infield bit. He was a brilliant slip catcher and a wonderful outfielder.
He's one of the selectors now on the West Indies cricket board, isn't he? Roland Butcher.
Is he? He's got so many roles, Butch. He's over here, and then he's not over here, and he's University of West Indies. And yeah, good on him. He's a good man. Great fun to play with.
Pitched outside the line.
He's got to do quite a lot there from over the wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah. Pretty sure it pitched outside the line. Leg as well.
Well, it would have to, unless it's it's probably hitting, but it's pitched well outside leg stump. Yeah, Butch was a remarkable catcher of the ball that slipped too.
Just a single.
His career kind of hit the buffers with George Ferris, actually. When George Ferris hit him very, very badly, it broke his cheekbone and his eye socket and so forth. It was a really, really horrendous injury he got there. But the thing that I found curious at the time, and this is anecdotally to me, I didn't see it. At the stage of the season he got hit, he had more catches than the leading wicketkeeper in the country. He was just catching everything. And that particular day, and you'd have to ask Gat if this is what happened, but this is what I'm told happened. He said to Gat, "I'm not seeing it very well off the pitch," and Gat took him out of the slips and put him somewhere else. And that was the day that he didn't see this ball from George Ferris until he was right in front of his face. So it was a horrendous injury, and I don't think it ever was properly rectified either. Such a talent.
Josh Carey's into the attack. Bit of spin.
Well, I think that's the right move.
And Helm to replace Roland Jones at the Benham end, and they've tried pretty much everything this morning. Haven't they?
You have to have a little go with Josh, because Carey spun a few yesterday.
Stuart Broad got hit again in this test, didn't he? He was similarly phenomenal batter, really, wasn't he, before being struck?
Yeah, that's slightly different. That's more to do with how he I mean, he had a helmet on, didn't he? Butch, I think Butch had a lid on, but it was one of the ones with, just the side pieces.
Slipping the short leg in place for De Carey's. Deep backward square. Orthodox field. For the off spinner. Tries his hand. Whiteman backed up to carries like that in the first innings. It was Gay that he picked up in exactly that fashion. Backed right up to the off spinner just before lunch on day one. Whiteman just after lunch on day one, similarly backed up but got away with it. Solid first over, a maiden for De Carey's. 92 for 2.
It was a neat over. Neat maiden over, feeling his way in. Notice anything untoward happening. A little bit of drift in the air perhaps.
If they can work on keeping that run rate down. And again, it was 2.2 the majority of that first innings. 2.1 it slipped down to this morning. Partnerships inevitably increase the run rate. Oh, now, I think that could have been incredibly close at the throw of hit from Helm. Tight for sure. Nice shot for no run. Only an hour on the board on day 3, Middlesex. Yet to take a wicket on the third day. Just tuning in, Gay had to retire hurt, waiting to see what the extent to it was or what the reason. Tight offside field there for Roland Jones. Just the one slip, deep third. He's got he's almost got 2 gullies there, hasn't he? A deep gully, a backward point, cover.
Just the one slip.
Stopped by Stoneman, backed up by Helm. Might just pick up those 2 backward points. So he got one of them in shot. There is another one. Actually, it's quite useful that for us, I think, as well, because you can see he is a wide gully there. There is a backward point just behind that wide gully, which perhaps from here I hadn't quite detected the difference in depth between the 2 positions. Backward point Holden's a lot deeper. Not requiring that one though. It's beautifully clipped away wide of mid-on. Bamba's giving such an enthusiastic chase, but 4 it is. End of the over. Noticeably fuller today, Roland Jones, perhaps. A few that have got away, clipped on the leg side. 40 done, 97 for 2. Nice start from Carey's. Tickle fine. What's Robson got on the top of his helmet? Is that a camera? Can't be. It's sticking out the top of it though. Is it a GoPro on the top of his head? Tom Helm is into the attack, replacing Roland Jones for the Benham ends. Bowled pretty well last night, not very well in the first innings.
little bit more pace, and we'll see what effect that has. It's done precious little, hasn't it, the ball this morning? It really has just been a flatten.
I wonder, two heavy rollers, much they did change it. Or was it just that little bit of grass covering the first day for Middlesex?
Maybe a little bit of moisture, I don't know.
I thought they bowled well. I thought they bowled really well on day one, and it seemed to do a bit. Then they reduced Northamptonshire to 219, then come out themselves and feel that they were below par with the bat, which again backs up that they bowled well on the first day to restrict Northamptonshire to 219. So single just wide of Roland James. Maybe it is we're just seeing a true nature of it in this innings, but certainly there haven't been as many balls up and down today, and similarly on day one I do feel there was a bit more seam movement.
It's quite possible that both sides didn't bat very well. You know, Middlesex say, you know, we run to par. Well, Northampton might be saying exactly the same thing. So it certainly doesn't look challenging at the moment.
Time for a little bit of body line. Three fielders out in the deep.
There comes a point where they might have to say, well, we've got to try something to get a wicket here, because the game will be going nowhere. The run rate's going up a tiny bit. It's gone up from about 2.2 to 2.4 now, so they're ticking along all right.
And actually that's where it came in at Lord's, wasn't it? It was the two-pace nature of the Lord's surface, they said, that made them go for it, because they said in a surface where you're not sure on the pace, if you're banging it in short, it's very hard to play it.
I thought it was as useful as a sort of an interim tactic to try something. Of course you try it, but to make it just your strategy is, I thought it was unwatchable actually, a lot of it.
Got an answer on Sam Robson. We'll come to it in the next over when he's back at the short leg. That's amazing. Pulled away. It's Higgins who's giving chase from square leg. They've taken two. Saved the skipper's legs from mid-on. So, 42 done, 102 for 2, the lead 44. While we were chuckling away there, the 100 came up. The merriment in the background, well, we'll see in a moment when Sam Robson settles down again at short leg here for De Carey's. We've got an answer about what it is sticking up the top of his helmet. Let's wait until he comes into shot, see if it's easily distinguishable. Right, there we go. So when he crouches down, you'll see that little something sticking up at the top of his helmet, which you can see there side on perfectly actually. Oh, now outside the line of off. Excitement from De Carey's though.
I'm still not sure what that's actually doing. How's that keeping us head rather than the chin strap? You have to explain this.
So he's put the he's taped the chin strap to the top of his head because he doesn't like it under his chin when he's at short leg. So he's got no chin strap on, so the chin strap for his batting helmet.
He can't take the chin strap off, so he's just taped it round.
Yeah, so apparently it's non-detachable, so he's had to tape it to the top of his head. So that's actually
So that's what's sticking out, the chin strap.
Yeah. It's possibly the most Sam Robson thing I've ever seen. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So no chin strap. You can see John Simpson there with the chin strap. Not one for Robson. Remember Adam Gilchrist wore a GoPro, didn't he, in that bicentenary match at Lord's? Lara, Tendulkar, Gilchrist, Warne. Off to bat pad now, Robson. Oh, to skip out of the way of that one. .43 done, 103 for 2 here. The lead's 45. Good first hour and 10 minutes for Northamptonshire. Let's have a look at the scores elsewhere. West Indies taking on India. Test match starts today. Straight back from Zimbabwe. Short, pulled away. Well, they've got just a long leg back there at the moment. We did touch on whether it was worth having to go at the short stuff. I think they've probably got to persevere from Helm first and foremost on the off stump, because he hasn't had a go there yet.
I think you've got to have a fielder to take care of it if you are going to do that.
I'd like to see him go for line and length first, though. Have a spell on the off stump. Really had a look at him just yet this morning. It's taken an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes to get Helm into the attack. It was looked pretty threatening in the first innings to me, so yeah, before they do go to the short stuff, I'd like to see him really go at that off stump. Ooh, now look at that bounce. Now Helm's the height of Roland Jones, but obviously quicker as well.
Round about the first ball I've seen beat the bat this morning, actually. And what are we, an hour and 20 minutes in?
Straight to mid-wicket on that occasion. Anything short, he's looked to get after, hasn't he, Whiteman? Quickly onto it from Helm. Now, let me know the scores elsewhere. Kent are 85 for 2. They still trail by 293 against Warwickshire. Denley 44. Finch with him now on 1. Compton's gone for 26. Mieye went cheaply. Indeed, he went for a duck yesterday. Lancashire 62 for 1, replying to Essex's 282 at Old Trafford. Heavily rain affected there. Wells has gone for a 4th ball duck for Lancashire. 135 for Westley. Rides the bounce there nicely, 'cause again, that one did get up, much as the one earlier in the over that he looked to cut. Hampshire, goodness me. All the talk about the Somerset attack. Hampshire are, oh, they've kicked on now. They were 50 for 6. Let me see. No, that's been somehow came up wrong. It said 50 for 6 originally. They're now 95 for 6. They were reduced to 88 for 6 when Fuller departed. 80 for 5. Maybe that was the figure that flashed up at first. Just out of shot. Big old double-engined. It looks almost like another old military plane that's just swooped overhead. Might come around one more time for our static camera to pick up Margaret Newson helping us out with the identifying the old plane yesterday. Lead 49 for Northamptonshire. Again, we talked a lot through yesterday, didn't we, about, well, Middlesex would probably take this if they'd have been off it at the start. Well, Northamptonshire 107 for 2 in their second innings. Be pretty happy with this. So to wait and see the extent of the trouble for Gay. Again, this is the start. Proctor, Keogh, Zaib, dangerous batters in the middle order. McManus in at 8. Leads 50 with that single. End of the over, 45 done. Let's have a look at the last one again though. Ooh. One way back to play that once more. Didn't quite get up. Helms continued. Just looking at the Somerset match, and so Somerset racked up 500, and much was made of their very inexperienced bowling attack of Ogborne, Aldridge and Bashir, led by Brooks. Brooks has 2, Bashir has 2. One for Aldridge, one for Ogborne. 96 for 6 now, Hampshire, who are hoping to push Surrey for the title this year. Cummins and Vince, 14 and 16 with the 2 not out batters last I looked, but Dawson's gone for 8, Fuller for 7. Brown and Organ still there. Old Anthony Gibson, whose father I'd assume you knew pretty well. Anthony Gibson, he was worried about the Somerset bowling attack against Hampshire, resting them ahead of the finals day. Just got a message back from Andrew Rad, who we said we'd message to see. I did say to him, I appreciate we're working for the dark side, Radders, in your opinion, the stream, but polite request from Selv and I. He said, anything for you and Selv. The official line is that it's a flare-up of the knee he had surgery on in pre-season. Kept him out for the first few games. He's being assessed. I just spoke to one of the support staff who didn't seem too concerned. Good old Radders. A few drops of rain in the out. Time are we? 20 past 12.
Yeah, I'd forgotten he'd had that surgery. I remember going to Northamptonshire, and they told me there that he was anticipating coming back rather earlier than they were prepared for him to come back, at the start of June. And I said, no, he's not going to. But yeah, it probably needs monitoring because he was out for a while.
Ooh, got up again from Helm, didn't it? He has found a bit of extra bounce in this spell. It's just first.
He's brought his legs back a bit, hasn't he? Rain flurry. It's not scheduled to be anything more than literally that. Just a brief flurry, maybe frequent flurries, but brief ones nonetheless.
Pies having a chat, but they're okay for now. It feels as though it's just to ease that flurry of rain, as he describes it quite rightly. Stride from Proctor. Nottinghamshire making a decent fist of it at the Oval. They're 312 for 6. Now, Kent, the team immediately above Middlesex, then Nottinghamshire again. You looked at this round of matches. Surrey going for the title at home to Notts. Could they beat Notts? Kent up against it against Warwickshire. Well, Middlesex would have a chance to go above Nottinghamshire and Kent with a victory, but Nottinghamshire going well. 135 unbeaten for Will Young.
I think they're going to have a look at this rain. It's
down again.
Yeah, it's coming down a bit harder.
The players are almost making the decision for them. They're on the way. It could be an early lunch. 25 past 12.
That was coming on.
Might not be a bad time for Middlesex for an early lunch. It's been not the session they'd have wanted. 54 runs added in an hour and 25 minutes.
We have some light rain and rain has been suspended.
It may not be an early lunch, but again, it had it on day one, didn't we? They were back on as soon as they were off.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where they stroll off, so it's an indication of how heavy it's raining. They just amble off. By the time they get to the boundary, it stops, and off you go out again and carry on.
Let me have a look at those scores elsewhere, and it will give us a chance just to think about whether we'll be straight back on here. 313 for 6 now, Nottinghamshire. That replied to Surrey's 355. A couple of wickets for Jamie Overton. And that being Division 1 done. In Division 2, rain delay at Durham. Gloucestershire just starting their second innings, trailing by 137. Durham ranked up 4-5-3. Glamorgan are 58 for 4. It's still in the first innings. Heavily rain affected game in Cardiff against Leicestershire. Sussex 402 all out. Derbyshire 292 for 4. And Worcestershire are 89 for 5 against Yorkshire. 407 from them. Hose still there on 16. Wait on 2. 3 wickets for Code. Yorkshire had that one, 3-5 from Bean. Still raining here, and more covers are coming out, so we'll take a break on the stream for now. Thanks to Mike Selvey. For myself, Kevin Hammond, we'll be back as soon as play resumes. It could well be an early lunch with this little squall, really, at the moment. Nothing much more than that, but as soon as play does resume, we'll be back with the stream. In the meantime, Northamptonshire leading by 51 runs in their second innings. They're 109 for 2. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Northwood. Play about to resume. As you can see, the umpires are on their way. 1:25 restart. The early lunch taken for that slight shower that we had. Nothing too much to interrupt us, fortunately. Middlesex having a chat, led by Toby Rowland-Jones. They need a wicket here. Northamptonshire lead by 51 runs. It's been pretty docile so far, though. 46.3 overs. Lost 2 wickets. Northamptonshire. Gay has retired hurt with a sort of flaring up of his knee. Had operated on in the winter. So whether he comes back out, whether he's needed to. 109 for 2. Proctor 26. Whiteman 27. And Northamptonshire be pretty pleased with how this innings has gone so far. There was certainly the danger. 4 down overnight. A couple more this morning, and it could have been a 3-day finish, but they've got themselves into a good position. Just a couple down overnight, none down in the morning. Just the retired hurt of Gay. And Proctor and Whiteman, they have steadied things nicely and set things up with Keogh and Zabe, the 2 leading the run charts this summer for Northamptonshire, still to come. Sun's out in northwest London, which is wonderful to see. Hopefully it stays that way, because this is a pretty good game bubbling up here. Well, barring something quite spectacular from Middlesex with the ball this afternoon, it's going to be a fair old chase. For the hosts, here's Josh DeCaries from the Lake End to bowl his off spin. And it will be Proctor to have strike with a slip and a leg slip. We've seen a couple of little paddles, a couple of little steers around the corner from Proctor, so to deter that, Robson is positioned, which actually is quite a clever move from Middlesex. Here's DeCaries to get us underway after lunch. A bit of bite onto the splice of the bat, and a nice start for the off spinner. He's got a bit of work to do, you'd imagine, up the hill here through the afternoon session. Let the seamers rotate down the hill from the Benham end. Pushed a long way outside off at that one. Proctor good stride. Ends the over. 47 bowls in this innings then, so 33 to a second new ball. Minimum overs remaining today 74, so a long way to go on day 3 still. Just the 22 done in the day so far. His helm to run down the hill from the Benham end after lunch. So Whiteman on 27. Carey's just going for 4 off his 5 overs. That's going to be useful for Middlesex as well, if you can get through it cheaply at one end and indeed carry that threat. So these 2 left-handers, I hope this man carries plenty of threat with his pace and bounce. Steered to backward point. They've got a deep point now as well. Noted those 2. You just see him in the background there patrolling out on on the boundary as Helm walks back to the top of his mark. So sweeper out at deep point. Gully, deep third, slip. And everybody else on the single. In front of the bat, cover mid off, mid on. Deep square and long leg for the bumper. Says a fair bit though that the slip cordon has been reduced to 1. Not quite getting that same zip that there was on day 1. Deep square in position, they'll get a single. It's 28, 110 for 2. Deep point comes up for Proctor. Back on that one again. It was something that we touched on it just maybe. There's White, who was the fielder at deep point, now up alongside the wide gully. Max Holden. Bounce. Might find Mark Sloman muttering to himself somewhere around the ground on that one. It wasn't that short, but that one really did pick up some bounce from Tom Helm. On to come of the over. Middlesex live stream with himself, Kevin Hand, Mike Selvey alongside me for the afternoon as well. Say hello after this ball from Tom Helm. To the Yorker, dug out. And a single to end the over, 111 for 2. Nelson on the board. Proctor will keep the strike as he moves to 27. Afternoon, Self.
Yeah, nice little break there, wasn't it? Lunch break there.
How long did we get?
Snooze in the car. Very little happened again. Just a little bit of bounce in that over. It was well left actually. He judged the line of that right. It was just wide enough from round the wicket nonetheless. And, carried quite well through to John Simpson that one, but still no real sign of any undue awkward bounce, or certainly no lateral movement. No turn for the spinner.
It's almost a holding role from both ends to begin with now, isn't it, for spinner and seamer?
Well, yeah, except they need to chisel some wickets out. Maybe they need to think, oh, we've got to get this ball out of shape maybe, and another ball.
Could we see some body line from Helm? Thing we hadn't really counted in this match, and I suppose the weather could play a part in that, is a draw for these two. Kent's in a bit of trouble against Warwickshire, so they'd be kept in sight. Both of these will have looked at a fixture, or as a fixture for the season, that's for Northamptonshire. If they were to lose this one, their chances of staying in Division 1 would be pretty remote. draw do to matters though. 111 for 2 the score. Middlesex only have that one fixture against Kent at Lords. Big victory in that game. They don't get a return fixture at Canterbury. Another maiden for young Josh Carey's 6 bowled, number 4.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it, for Northampton really? The 53 ahead, just the 2 wickets down, and one man down at the moment, and Amino Gay, but they haven't looked in any real bother. But pottering along at 2.27 and over now, so it will take them quite a while at this rate to get in a sort of position where they think, well, what can we do to try and win this game? But it may well be by the time they reach that situation where they think they would have enough to do that, it's beyond capacity to bowl Middlesex out. So there's no great urgency from them. But it may be that what we're reading in the pitch is a pitch that's quite easy to stay in on, but not easy to actually score on, or score rapidly on.
Start the over for Proctor. That deep square set back 2 times that deep square has been required so far. It's been full deliveries, clipped away. Does bang in that bumper helm. Sharp from helm, got up as well. Northamptonshire Championship. They Somerset at Northampton on the 19th of July, then they're away to Lancashire 25th of July, home to Lancashire 3rd of September, Warwickshire away, Surrey away, and Essex at home to finish. the over here, 113 for 2. Kent's winning both fixtures against Northamptonshire this year. 7-wicket victory at Canterbury. In that last round of championship games, Kent's winning by an innings and 15 runs at Wantage Road. Which means Kent's at 8th on 72 points from 8 games with 2 victories. Middlesex 51 points from 7 with 2 victories against Kent and Nottinghamshire. Northampton's bottom with 39 points, 1 victory from 7 games, that being against Middlesex, looking to do the double over Middlesex this season. Nottinghamshire 2 wins as well from 8 games, 78 points.
Paucity of batting points is quite telling in that table, isn't it? For Middlesex, that is to say.
One batting point for Northampton, 1 batting point for Middlesex, then 10 for Kent, 8 for Nottinghamshire. Other end of the table, 17 and 15 for first and second in terms of the batting points. Bobbled up on Bamber there, nearly hit him in his chin as he scrambled to stop it. Warwickshire also 15 batting points, they sit 4th at the moment. Middlesex away at Edgbaston a couple of rounds' time. .51 done, 29 to a second new ball. 70 overs remain today. 113 for 2, a lead of 55. Middlesex need a breakthrough here.
Just rattled through another over there, didn't it? Another maiden over. And you know, I'm wondering if the field he's got here, he's got a long off and a long on, and actually nobody's trying to take him on at all. They're just playing him, playing through the overs, bowling maiden after maiden, and I'm wondering whether he shouldn't perhaps bring those fielders in and say, look, there's runs to be had here, go over the top, try going over the top, because at the moment you've got a pretty much stalemate here. Nothing's happening, is it? For either side. They're staying in. Middlesex aren't getting them out.
Catch him! Has he got him? Nothing doing from the umpire. Certainly a noise. Umpire has decided, Mr. Pollard.
So it's come off his right hip, or his very hard to tell those ones, isn't it? A number of times we see those in the internationals and the DRS shows just a little fleck of the shirt or the hip or the thigh pad.
Is that what encourages the body line from Helm? Extra bit of spite in that one for sure.
Yeah, he's putting something in here, Tom Helm, round the wickets, the left-handers, and he's just going to bowl that line. Then just a case of putting a leg slip in and bowling straighter line, and just fishing outside off something. That one was aimed at the body more. go a bit straighter than that.
What about deep point out, which is interesting. Deep points out for Whiteman, but up for Proctor.
Well, you'd think he's going to bowl a little bit back of a length, and he's there for the cut. He's not there for the drive, is he?
Just moves a little off the surface, it seemed.
Better line, that one. Still good judgment, but that was a better line.
Nice end to the over. That's pretty much what you want from Helm, isn't it? His last couple of deliveries there.
Yeah, he's got to put the effort in. He can't cruise. He could be a fast bowler. Bit of venom, as you say. He thinks he had his man there and down the leg side.
Look at Roland Jones, Simpson, the reactions of those. They were convinced that the noise was wooden.
Discussion about it now. Then the chunter down there.
Robson's going to be bat pad on the offside for Proctor. Had the leg slip in previously to Carey's.
Long off and long on have come in a little bit.
Ooh. Searching a fair way for that one. Thickish edge. Off an angled bat though. His RC umpire, what do you think that hit? Even on a pretty flat surface, his enthusiasm to carry certainly keeps it entertaining.
Gone back again now, at least long off's gone right back, retreated 10-15 yards from where he was.
Cut fine, cut for 4 into the over, 118 for 2.
Just given a little bit of width, that's all it took there. Bowled a pretty steady line hitherto. Might be time to fiddle around with the bowling again. Josh has done a job there, but it hasn't got any headway.
economy's so cheap. I wonder do they just think though quick overs wanting this second Kookaburra. I mean, it's a long way away though, isn't it? 25 overs.
I don't think that's ought to be in their thoughts at the moment. That he's just keeping an end going, particularly. I mean, if they were making headway at the other end, you'd say yeah, but they're not. Maybe Ryan Higgins again. You know, he's the kind of guy who comes on and from nowhere conjures up a couple of wickets, doesn't he? We've seen him time and again doing that.
There he is. Higgins' game so far for Middlesex. A couple in the first innings. Nearly 2 to fall in this innings and a 50 in between. All rounder playing his part as ever. It's an enjoyable watch though, because you still feel as though you can't take your eye off a single delivery. Runs aren't easy to come by, but Middlesex aren't finding wickets easy to come by either. It's a really tight battle. Neither can afford to let it slip at the moment. Batting side or the fielding side. Both got to keep this pressure on, keep this intensity on. The pressure from Northamptonshire is the wickets column. They know 8 wickets standing, a lead already of 60. Pressure is shifting to Middlesex, but a couple of wickets quickly now and all of a sudden you're effectively 60 for 4. Pressure shifts back.
What was the overnight lead?
They were trailing by 3.
3, right,
63,
so 63 runs in
29 overs at the end of this one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stalemate, isn't it? I ain't gone out on the just going out on the hook there, so
and that run rate has fallen down to 2.1 now. Got up around nearly 2.5. On 18 for 2 here. The rest of the country will just be getting underway again after lunch. Early lunch taken here, so back out at it under nicer skies. So a few bits of blue that we can see now. Temperature did drop a little over the lunch interval with that rain.
lovely in the car though. Lovely and warm. You know that kind of coziness you get in the car, and if you just want to put the seat back and have a little zizz.
Yeah, I went and grabbed a sweater from the car at lunch, but too close to the resumption to think about getting into the car. But I did feel that heat as I opened the door and thought, oh, that feels cosy. fast forward cricket we've been talking about. Can't call it rewind cricket, but slow down. A little bit of width. 2 point setback is Peter Milan. They're going to turn it into 2. Good running. Yeah, not against this. I really enjoyed day 1 down at the Ageas, but a few people felt it was a little bit too slow. Meant to be an entertainment sport, but I'm quite happy with the side battle into. Well, just laid out the battle between both here.
This isn't really a battle between bat and ball, is it? It's just one side trying not to get out, and the other not able to get them out. It's 2.18 runs per over at the moment.
But it has at times appeared increasingly difficult to score runs on. If a bowler gets it right on the spot, well, like most tracks, but because of that mistrust of driving in this game as well, it generally slows up a game, doesn't it, when the drive's taken out of the equation.
Yeah, but you can see the point of to those who advocate you have to do something to disturb the bowling if you want to make progress. You have to find ways of the bit going down the pitch, or just taking a chance occasionally, or you've had just Ferris has now bowled 9 overs for 11 runs. Now he's bowled nicely within reason. But he's not a world-class off spinner, is he? Nobody's attempted to take him on at all.
Quite at the stage to look to the golden arms just yet, but Sam Robson's leg spin at some stage before the 80th over comes around and the change of ball.
There almost comes a point where it's in their interest to actually concede a few runs,
That was, I was just double checking my memory a moment ago. They have played Kent twice already, Northamptonshire. I was thinking, could they afford to get out of this one with a draw and then look to beat Kent again in the next game? But of course they have played twice and lost twice to Kent, so they do need the win, Northants. As that one has the bottom glove coming off of Proctor as he gets the single. From Northamptonshire's perspective, are they thinking, well, there's still 5 sessions to go of the match. We're only just past the morning session of day 3 at the moment in terms of the number of overs in the day. Still 65. And we're not even at lunch, are we, on day 1 actually? on day 3. So there's 5 sessions of the match left. They can bat for another 2 sessions. Bat through today into a little bit of tomorrow. What will the pitch be like tomorrow for a Middlesex chase?
The 2 sessions is 60 overs, say. 2 and a bit runs an over. That's only 120, 130 runs. That's really not. They're not going to think about setting Middlesex there if they're even in a position to be able to do that. They're not going to do that. So. Something's got to give at some stage if there's going to be a game that comes out of this.
Into the 56th. 1-2-1 for 2. Emilio Gay off the fields, retired. Hurts. But these two move things along nicely. Partnership worth 61. You see Gay was really digging in.
Put an effort in there, Tom. There, that was a good shift. That.
Yeah, he didn't leave. Well, he left everything out there in that spell. Here's the change.
Change up.
Ethan Bamber from the nursery end, from the lake end. More bustling than Higgins. He find a little bit of climb, a little bit of bounce out there. Higgins certainly did from the lake end. Just found a little bit of assistance. Field orchestration with Roland Jones. Let's have a look. Roland Jones and is it Helmet? It's not Helmet mid-off. Who is it?
Came out on the
Tom
deep
Sounder.
boundary here, I think. Oh, he's gone off, has he? That's why he came this way.
Who's the mid-off? See if I can recognise him in a moment. It might be DeCaries actually. Yes, it is indeed. So someone on for Helm. Let's have a look. Got mid-off cover. That's Stoneman. Backward point Holden. Slip is Robson. Deep third. Here's Ryan Higgins. Long leg. Robbie White on as a sub for Eskenazi. Backward square. That looks like a sub to me, and it looks well, just by the way he's skipping around and jumping around like Joe Cracknell. Oh, cry, catch it. On inside edge towards point. Let's have a look again. Oh yes. Thought for a moment about charging himself, Bamber, to try and get to it.
He does tend to bring the ball back into the left-hander from around the wicket, doesn't he, rather than shaping it away.
There's Cracknell, the sub-fielder in the foreground, leg by signals by umpire Lungley. Change of fields for the left-handed Proctor. And they set back deep point, Max Holden. Square leg comes out, so 6-3 fields. Slip, deep third. Backward point, deep cover. Extra cover and mid-off. Into the 56th, just a leg by. In fact, it was given as a. Oh, so it wasn't a catch. It wouldn't have been a catch. It was a leg by. I just looked at the scoreboard there. The one that got a little. We thought it was an inside tickle onto the pad, didn't we? I'm sure. When we looked at the replay, there was an inside edge on that.
Yeah, they seem to think it was, but.
Oh yeah, of course the leg by was a different one. Sorry. Thank you, producer Ollie. should have gone for that snooze at lunch as well.
Tom Helm back on again, on the field again. Another over.
So he just skipped off. Grunts as he releases that one, Helm. Bumper's going through nicely.
It's the other option if they're looking for a partnership break and just want something for a couple of overs is Sam Robson, isn't it? Seen him do that often enough, just come on for an over and seduce a wicket from somewhere.
What do you say? They've got a couple of runs to play with here at the moment, Middlesex, haven't they? Lead's only 64 still.
Yeah, they have.
It's Robson at second, getting very excited. Oh, that's a slip.
Clearing his throat, wasn't he there?
Rides that one nicely, Proctor. It's 31. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Healthy position here for Northamptonshire. Skittled for 219 in the first innings. Lead of 65. Batting does look as though it's become easier as the days have worn on here. Again, maybe that was that grass covering on day one. Two down at lunch on day one. 4 fell in the afternoon session, wrapped up in the evening session. Then Middlesex got out there and a decent start with the night Watchman, Bamber and Stoneman. Reasonable day yesterday, but they, in hindsight, felt as though they should have got a few more, and you can see why now. Single to end the over. 124 for 2. 58 bowls, another 22 to that second new ball. Robson will get a go at some point, that's for sure, unless something happens quite quickly here. So you say, when I first mooted it and said golden arm, I thought maybe we're not quite there yet, but the more you think about it, actually, if he were to come in now and break it now, then you're not waiting so long for it. Rather than throw it to him as a last resort before the second new ball.
I think they've got to think of a way of getting a wicket out of this, and they've rotated all the other bowlers. We haven't seen a second spell from Ryan Higgins yet, so that's imminent.
touched on the fact on day one that, or even on day two really, but although it's been borne out a little bit more today, that the surface is pretty reasonable. But with the Duke ball, this could have happened a lot quicker this game. Actually, at this point, we're back to that position of crying out for a Duke's ball, aren't we? Well, there's the first move, and it comes from Northamptonshire. Whiteman rocks back, looks to heave that into the onside. It's a mid-wicket in place. He was thinking up and over.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly short delivery, was it? Certainly fetching it from outside off stump.
Joe Cracknell's out there, it's definitely louder, isn't it? Tom Helm.
Yeah, he's out there too.
Higgins as well, making noise. Actually, has Cracknell just gone back off? I thought it was him that I heard, but it's Helm, isn't it, at mid-off?
Yeah, Tom's at mid-off.
Yeah, so he's come back on. Cracknell was the man that came on for him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Single out to Peter Milan, sweeping at deep cover. Yeah, Robbie White's the subfield for Eskenazi, now down at long legs, and Cracknell has gone back across. Is White. So just the 12th man out there at the moment, not the 13th as well. End of the over, 126.42, 59 done, 62 remaining today. So I'd imagine because of the early lunch, tea won't be 32 overs, it'll be at least 34. Somewhere around 4 o'clock, maybe tea will be fixed at 4 indeed, to prevent too long an afternoon session. Here's Roland Jones replacing Helm.
I'm not sure we've had a boundary ever since he bowled a leg stump half volley or at the end of his last spell.
No, indeed. We can hear him chatting away. It's Tom Helm. Can't quite pick up what he's saying, but this will be one of his last spells before that second new ball. 21 overs, 5 over spell here, and then rotate the others around to the second new ball. Can he make the breakthrough? The Middlesex cabs him. Just over threes, Roland Jones. thunderous bowler in his prime, wasn't he, Roland Jones? Kookaburra not, he'd have enjoyed running down the slope at batters. Nasty bowler. He's never expressed pace, but just say had thunder in his stride and his delivery.
Yeah, his injuries just curtailed it at a time when he was just making a international breakthrough.
A few better sights than Roland Jones. In his absolute peak, he was a formidable bowler to see running in. Rare drive down the grounds. Nicely done by Whiteman. He's into the 40s on 33 for 2.
And a rare boundary. It's already a profligate over, isn't it? 7 off it.
Bit closer back to the length that you're more used to seeing Roland Jones bowl over the years, and he grunted as he released that one as well, but a single it is to end the over. 8 off it, done for 42 off 12 for the skipper. 134 for 2.
Sort of relieved the pressure a little bit, didn't it? But no sign of a wicket coming. Scarcely a ball that I can remember going past the bat in the innings, actually.
Yep, it's been a very different innings this to the first 2 innings of the match. Crucially for Middlesex, how will the third play on the final day? No signs at the moment that they should be too alarmed.
I do think, though, it looks to me like a pitch where if they make a decision that they've got to crack on a bit, they'll find it quite difficult to do that. I've seen so often pitches like that where you say easy to stay in, difficult to score.
Given the second new ball's 20 overs away, they only lead by 76. Well, so they go recklessly about it, but does there need to be a little bit more intent actually from the batters here that they do up this scoring rate a little? Because you go, again, as he said, you know, go 2 and over for another 20 overs, you're 116 ahead.
Yeah, I mean, you're hostage to fortune here, but my instinct says they're not going to win a game of cricket by playing like this at the moment. You know, now they may well rationalise it as saying, well, we were behind the game, we're still only got a lead of 76, we have got wickets in hand, but you know, if we try and get on with it and get bowled out for the lead of 130, 140, 150, which could happen if they start playing differently, then the game's lost. So they're
We're at a test match at the moment, you say they're playing it perfectly. Just keep the bowlers out there and grind them down, but only one day to come of the game.
I don't think they'd be coming flocking, would they, though?
Back in again. We were talking about that earlier, weren't we? Coleman just mentioned it a moment ago, his action around the wicket to the left-hander.
just angling in. Not actually straightening very much, just going with the arm. The natural angle is created from around the wicket.
.61 done. From Middlesex's perspective, it feels like a little bit of a plod to the 80th over mark, doesn't it? Which is where, as you say, whether Robson's just throwing the ball by a few overs, keep those legs a little fresher of Helm and Roland Jones. Higgins needs to have another spell before. Carries, I'm sure, will get another go as well. It's worth changing the ends of the carries as well.
There's all sorts of things you just fiddle around trying to find something that works. You know, bowl over the wicket, round the wicket. All sorts of things you can try.
Well, the most trouble they seem to give themselves against the carries is when they back up to him. So around the wicket, from the Benham end down the slope, one skids on. Still looks as exhausted now as the day first rolled in. Bowled a ball for the county. The Angus Fraser trudge back to the top of his mark. There again is another good example of how difficult it is to score runs just outside of the off stump. Gets a good bat on it, but there's no confidence for the batter to really go hard at that ball unless it's a real half volley. It's all gone quiet at Northwood, leaving a helicopter and aeroplane in the sky. Excitement in the field, squared him up.
Past the bat.
Really did turn him around as well, didn't it?
Yeah, just held up a fraction, didn't it? Just a fraction. If it found the edge, it wouldn't carry it, didn't it?
Funny actually, you look at Roland Jones having shortened his run up now. When you look at it on screen, they think, oh yeah, that is a much shorter run up from Roland Jones nowadays, isn't it? But you look at him side on where we're sat now, over by the pavilion, it still looks like a mighty run up from here.
Oh, it was ludicrously long on one side.
No comment. I've been in trouble with him over the years that every time he tunes in, somebody's talking about his run up. Get a single as that bounces away from Stoneman, but again another example of it. That one was virtually a half volley. Quite get it out of the middle of the bat. 62 done.
I was talking yesterday about the first game I played first class cricket, and I found going through some old boxes of my dad's old slides, colour slides. Yeah, and I found a picture of me in that game, and I had a long run up. I mean, quite a, you know, I wouldn't be far off Rojo run there. Great long run up. And I can remember the day I changed it. We were playing it at the Parks. We were playing Oxford University at the Parks, and I got to the end of the run, Why am I running this far? Why am I doing this? And I shortened it, and that's what I stuck with for the rest of my career. What am I doing?
So how long into your career did you say it was your first game?
Oh, well, that when I did that.
Yeah.
No, that was like. Oh no, when I first played, that was for Surrey. That was 1968. But the Middlesex game must have been. Oh, maybe 74, 75, maybe. No, maybe 74. So a couple of years in.
Deep square and long leg set back for Bamba.
It's a very good lesson in the experience of the great Richard Hadley. He was an old friend of mine, and he told me. In fact, he sent me some emails because I asked him for the time when to do with Stephen Finn actually, and his run-up. It's a remarkable story, really, because those who may remember Richard from his early days, he was a bit of a kind of a, I don't call him a pound shop Dennis Lilly, but he was a Dennis Lilly kind of wannabe, but not. And he was playing for Notts, and he was very, very close to not being retained by Notts. He was 30 years old.
Just a single, is it? No, they come back for the second. It's good running.
So he was 30 years old, and he'd had a few injuries, and they were not going to renew his contract. And the very last game of the season, of that particular season, was a Sunday League game against Lancashire, which you had to bowl off your Sunday League run, a 15 yard max run. And he got 6 for 12 bowling off that run. So up until that point, and he said, I thought, he bowled well, he got good rhythm from it and so forth. He thought I could stick with that. On the basis of that, they renewed his contract.
It's a single down steep third. They're thinking two, but there's only one. End of the over, 139 for two.
So he stuck with that, and he said it gave him much better control. It was much more rhythmical. He could refine it. He could cut out all the frills and stuff of it. He said he was still quick enough to put people on their backsides if he needed to be, and he was absolutely surgical about. He was just a brilliant surgical bowler, and up to the age of 30, with his long run, he'd taken 125, give or take a couple, test wickets for New Zealand at 30. After the age of 30, his short run, he took another 300 at 18. 300 at 18.
Imagine what Roland Jones do if he halved this run up. It is funny for each bowler though, isn't it, how you need your rhythm. That's what he always saw, he needed that long run up for the rhythm that it gave him.
Who are you talking about now?
Roland Jones, sorry.
Yeah. Well, that would have been my rationale for it as well, and unless you tried. Sunday League was actually quite good for that, because you could see how bowlers could bowl off a shorter run. Now there are bowlers who were much better for, you know, Mike Proctor bowled quicker, almost quicker the further and faster he ran. There's no question about that. Michael Holding had a very long run, but his run, he would tell you, was almost part of the theatre of the bowling, and actually he could bowl really quick off a short run, which he did later in his career. And then just once in Test match at the Oval, just for old time's sake, he went back off his long run. And Geoffrey Doujon will tell you that he didn't bowl any faster, just looked like he was bowling faster.
Rain's arrived again. Heavy deluge. Could hit us somewhere around 4 o'clock, we were told. So it's just come down a little heavy on the roof of our tent. But again, it looks like it's passed on once more. I think I've just heard a big dark cloud has just passed around the back of the ground, which may well miss us. First run off the over for Roland Jones. I'm sure he'll want to tighten up that economy a little. Obviously searching for the wicket, trying to be a strike bowler at the moment, so you do risk a run or two more. He went very full and straight, didn't he? Got clipped a few times, a few leg stump half volleys. .140 for 2 after 64. The lead is 82. 57 remain today. There's one of those dark clouds. May well be the one that's just deposited a little bit on us. It's moved over quite quickly. Maybe not that quickly though. One thing that's not moving quickly at the moment is the run rate. 141 balls for Whiteman, 103 for Proctor. Putting overs in the legs of Middlesex bowlers, but 16 overs away from a second new ball. The lead only 82. The way that they've batted, you almost feel as though that lead needs to have a 2 in front of it at the moment before they start feeling confident. Up in the air. Deep square not set back on this occasion. They have had deep square back. 4 runs for Whiteman. And an outstanding 50. 52 from 142 deliveries. 144 for 2 it is. Well done, lads.
50 for Sam Whiteman.
Robbie White collects it. 5 fours for Whiteman. His 5th before bringing up that 50. First Northamptonshire batter in the match to reach a half century.
Pretty untroubled innings.
Off for rain at Canterbury. Kent 136 for 3, trailing by 242. Lancashire 125 for 9 in reply to Essex's 282. Cook and Walter with the wickets.
Where are they
6
playing?
between
Where's
them.
that game?
I did say it was at Old Trafford. It's not though. It's at Blackpool, isn't it? Stanley Park. Hampshire 169 for 8 now. Morgan and Abbott keeping things together. Oh, not out on this occasion, but that again, having just brought up the 50, there's the example. Scoring runs difficult on this pitch, nearly chipped on up.
Hand came off the bat there, didn't it? And this time,
Just not coming on for the drive in this game. Leaves alone. Bauer offering the tempter again. Hampshire still trail by 331 runs. 2 wickets remaining. Knots are all out, 399. They lead by 44 at the close of the first innings. Full of ball, a little bit straighter, closer to Whiteman, better timing, but still can't get it through. 65 done here, 144 for 2.
a little bit more follow through in those shots though, wasn't there?
Again, you over 60 to 80, it's when you score runs, isn't it? So there is a little bit of an onus you'd fancy on Proctor and Whiteman here. So up that run rate, 2.22. Is it time for Sam Robson? Something had certainly happened, the run rate would go up. That wickets column would be added to. It wouldn't be quiet. Gloucestershire 43 for 4 in their second innings, still trailed Durham by 94 runs at Chesley Street. Glamorgan still the first innings of that match. They're 131 for 7. Derbyshire 389 for 8 in their first innings, trailing Sussex by 13 runs. Straight back to the bowler. Still off at Worcestershire, 119 for 6 in reply to Yorkshire's 407. Helm full of voice in the field again. Australia's women are 125 for 3 after 24. Must win for England in the women's Ashes. That's at Bristol. On dot balls to take a wicket. How many at Northwood though? 37. Single to end the over. 145 for 2. Hour and 20 minutes left of this session. So the second new ball will be available before tea.
Sam Robson.
Yay! Cometh the hour. Got to be worth giving to carries a go from the other end as well, hasn't it? Down the hill from the Benham end.
To vote confirmation, Sam Robson.
Do you think that might have got a little cheer from the learned crowd here at Merchant Taylors School?
Yeah, they probably think, let's couple of this. But he nicks them out, doesn't he?
He does. I think he is regarded, as we called him earlier, a bit of a golden arm. First one short, single out to deep square. Calls for 2. Long way round for Robbie White to long leg from deep backward square. 148 for 2.
Pretty sure when I first saw him bowl, Sam Robson, like a good few years ago now, he had this jerky action as if he'd been tasered. It was just really weird.
And 2 again hit. It was almost a medium pacer's run-up as well, if you remember. It was a much longer run-up.
Yeah, it was extraordinary. Arms and legs going every which way. And
his run-up was like the frog in the blender.
I never quite got that.
Yeah, I remember us discussing this before now.
Yeah, the best description I ever saw was Paul Adams we were talking about here. It was like somebody trying to remove your hubcaps while the wheel's still going there. Which I think is a brilliant image.
To drive out the footholds there. Turn and bounce. 5 off the over. Robson's first. 150 for 2. Northamptonshire.
Mid on. Whacker.
many more does Roland Jones go with here? Last one. 12 to the new ball.
Well, he's got to bowl Ryan Higgins again. I'd have thought so. Anyway, can't saving him for the new ball, but maybe he is.
Leading edge. There again, an example. We saw one in the previous over, an attempted drive, didn't we? For Roland Jones. This one, an attempted clip, closing the face. Those two are going to play a key role in fantasy in 12 overs time, one way or another. If they don't get wickets with that second new ball, then Northamptonshire could be setting something quite interesting here. They could find themselves in a difficult position actually, if because Northamptonshire have to win this game.
Kind of mid-afternoon torpor now, isn't it? We used to get. It was a strange thing when we were playing, where that afternoon session used to go, and then whenever I seemed to look at the clock, it always said 2:45. Now it's just between 10 and 5 to now, but 2:45. And Lord, I used to find myself singing that Frank Sinatra song, "One More for My Baby," and it starts off as 2:45. No one in the place except you and me, which is what I thought Lords was like on those afternoons.
It's Cracknell on as a sub again. Holds him to 2. Ended the over, 4 off it. 154 for 2. 154 for 2. You must have been there the day Middlesex won the title in 2016, were you? Weren't you? 10,000 inside Lords?
The last game I did for the Guardian. Last day's cricket I did for the Guardian. Yeah. I filed my copy, shut my bag, went home, and that was it. And I said, "Why didn't you come up? Why didn't you come up?" So you never asked me, did you?
Even I got a song sung to me in the tavern that night, so.
Well, you're Mr. Middlesex, you see. That was a cynical old hack.
That was an amazing scene, though, wasn't it? 10,000.
Yeah, it was a cracking day to write about. And,
well, it didn't just go to show the interest in county cricket, but actually the interest in Middlesex at Lords. Because it filled up throughout the day, didn't it? It wasn't 10,000 were in that morning. It was, as the day went on, the ground just swelled.
yeah, I think people also understood that there was the draw was not an option for either side. Of course, Somerset got all naughty about it, didn't they? Thought it was a carve-up, which I suppose it was to some extent, but you know, if you You either carve one side up or the other one doesn't. You know, who did you carve up?
Apart from Chris Rogers, to be fair, Rogers came out and said I'd have done exactly the same thing, so no problem. Which comes back a little bit to the Bairstow stumping, doesn't it? Yeah.
Look for the biggest helmet. Easy to get crackers with helmet. You don't have to come back.
Rocky, you want yours next over when he comes off?
That is actually good band. Yeah, he might actually come off at the end of the fight.
Yeah.
You did your job.
I'm just going to play around that for a minute. He seems to go so far across and show the stumps. Made it nicely though for the single. Single turn the over. 8 off his 2 overs so far, Robson. 157 for 2. The lead is 99 with 8 wickets standing. Whether Gay can bat again, though, we'll have to wait and see. Loves his cricket, Sam Robson, doesn't he? So he'll be loving this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching him. I think he's not bowling enough filth, is he? He's there.
He's long hopper,
he's
yeah.
not. Yeah, he's not there to bowl Maydomes. He's there to get somebody out. The night watchman who hangs around too long and stops the run rate.
Yeah, he wants to start.
It's darkened over a little again here. An early lunch. Could we have an early tea? The forecast suggests it's a 50-50 chance for the evening session. Could be hosing down, or we could be lucky. Edged just past Robson. He half went for it. He didn't go all the way. He didn't see it early enough to go to full extension. Had he have done, I fancy he'd have got a hand to that.
It would have gone to a second slip, wouldn't it?
I mean, if he'd taken it, great catch, but it was with arm stretched out. It wouldn't have been. He'd have got fingertips at least, I fancy. And he's a wide slip already, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which might just throw the lines, the thought process, 'cause you're not quite in the usual position. You sat down there, probably still thinking about his bowling as well.
Plotting.
Plotting the next long hop.
Well, that's what you. Come on, Sam, stop bowling a length. No, he'd be offended if he knew we thought that.
Actually, one thing we mentioned about the game at Wantage Road between Northamptonshire and Kent with the Kookaburra was that reverse swing started to play a part. I haven't seen any signs of that at all here. Yet it's not as abrasive as a surface at Merchant Taylor School here as it was at the Aegeus or Wantage Road.
Yeah, it's a lush outfield too. It's, you need an outfield to really get that.
Here it comes. We said it was getting darker. The rain starts to fall. It's tipping down on us. The umpires have just turned and looked in our direction, which is where it's coming from, and I think this will take them off pretty quickly. You can see Middlesex are charging off now. Yep, they're ready to go. Get those covers on. Middlesex have got a bat last on this.
Yeah, this is running off the field shower.
The first to go was Mark Stoneman as well.
Yeah.
Opening bat, thinking get that pitch covered quickly. This will be a fair break. What time is it now? 3 o'clock. We had an early lunch. We could well have an early tea. Let's hope this isn't the shower or the rainfall that was forecast that said we could lose the evening session. It's certainly going to be a fair little break here, because you just tell by the light that's around at the moment as well that it's going to be a heavy enough cloud to disturb us for a while, you'd have thought. From Mike Selvig, myself, Kevin Ham, will take a break on the stream. 161 for 2 Northamptonshire. They lead by 103, 69.5 overs bowled, so 10 overs away from a second new ball. 51 remain today, so still half the day to go. But we'll lose some overs unless tea's taken pretty swiftly. And other than that, a late finish. But it all depends on what's up above, as you can see from the screen there, and the skies above. It's dark. As soon as play resumes, we'll be back. Northamptonshire 161 for 2. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School. How long did we lose there? Not too long at all. Getting underway. What was the scheduled tea interval? 20 to 4. Still 47.1 overs to be bowled on day 3. So pretty much half a day still to go here at Merchant Taylors School. 161 for 2, leading by 103 Northamptonshire. 10 overs to the second new ball, though. That's going to be the really interesting stage of this contest. Myself, Kevin Ham, Mike Selvey on the stream. Toby Rowland-Jones with the ball in hand. Wasn't quite long enough for a snooze in the car, that break, Self. I was thinking about it.
Oh, it was raining too hard to get to the car this time.
Yeah. Oh, bit of a loosener from Rowland-Jones.
Raining again, I have to say.
And the rain comes down once more, just as we resume with a boundary. Whiteman's on 67, 165 for 2. How much more rain is there to come? It was just starting to spit when the umpires left their room away to our left, but out they went, and on we go for the time being. Let's see, I mean, it's much, much brighter now than when we came off for the rain delay, so hopefully just a passing shower. 165 for 2, 70 done, 10 to the new ball, and 47 remain today, 107 the lead. Boundaries bookending that over from Rowland-Jones, which itself bookended the tee interval, the elongated tee interval due to rain. Sam Robson's continue from the lake end. Who does that rain delay serve better? Does it give Northamptonshire time to come off and have a little rethink before the second new ball and say, right, we probably need to push on here?
Yeah, did I have to bowl all 47 or was there a cut-off?
No, let's bowl all 47, as long as lights
Oh,
allows.
was it like that? Okay.
Do you want a coffee, Self?
I do, but
Some sugar?
We're right, Pete. We're on top of it, mate. It's all good. Yep, you're good there. Steve, 45, please. Yep. Andy, sorry.
How's that? Everybody loves watching
much
Sam
of
Robson.
those today, have we?
Deep backward square comes up to collect. Proctor on to 42. Well, the skipper's been out there for it all, so you'd imagine he'll have his mind set on where this game needs to go. Everybody's agreed it's a must-win for Northamptonshire's season. Looking to do the double over Middlesex. Full bung up. Careful not to play all over the top of it though, and Whiteman just eases it back to mid-off. Single more. Now the highest score in the match, isn't he, Whiteman? 68, overtaking Higgins. No doubt about it, though, batting appears to have become easier as the game has gone on. But with a chase comes an almighty amount of pressure. Robson's clearly going for those footholds out there, isn't it? There's one very wide which is of no use whatsoever, but there's a fuller one where they haven't quite taken a stride to him at times.
Yeah, that's a little bit out there, isn't it?
Catch it. Good.
It's a little tickle for a single into the over. 71 done, 168 4-2. 9 to the second new ball. And again, just wonder, Roland Jones is going to continue. Carries, spin at both ends. These two will be trying to get on with it. Yeah, Higgins today is a interesting one. He's out there all day, so there's nothing wrong with him. So does he take the second new ball? And Bamber looking for a little towel for his face, I'm sure is what he just said, and then apologised at the end. Quick check on what's happening elsewhere. Australia 216 for 6 after 44 in the ODI at Bristol. Must win for England. West Indies 26 without loss against India in the Test match. Brathwaite and Chanderpaul opening. Width full, driven only as far as extra cover. End of the 72nd, 169 for 2. Windsor Park Sports Stadium, Dominica. It's bugging me where Windsor Park was. Home test for the West Indies, Dominica.
Well, that might be. I think it was Dominica that was absolutely slaughtered in the hurricane in 2016-17, was it? I know Grenada was, but I think Dominica got the worst of it. So we've obviously done a rebuild there.
Just quickly popped it in, and National Geographic comes up with Dominica is on track to become the world's first hurricane-proof country. Devastated in 2017 by Hurricane Maria.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka women beat New Zealand women by 10 wickets in their T20 one. 40 for 9 posted.
I think didn't they? I think the New Zealand women beat them the other day quite comfortably.
Game at Colombo. Single out to deep mid wicket. 70 for 2 here. Kent are 200 for 5. They still trail by 178 against Warwickshire at Canterbury. Finch still going on 45. Leaning's gone for 64. Cox been and gone. Everson there now as well. Essex 26 for 2 in their second innings. They lead Lancashire by 163. Goodness me, 0 for Brown, 0 for Cook. Brown gone to the third ball of the opening over. Cook gone to the second ball of the second over. 0 for 2. Just the single for Whiteman. A little bit more purpose it feels about Northamptonshire after tea. Not quite gone after it just yet. Purposeful towards the second new ball and see how it goes from there.
Maybe.
Hampshire at 250 for 8. Felix Organ has 55. Kyle Abbott 51. They were 88 for 6, 152 for 8. And after Somerset racked up 500. Single more to end the over, 5 off it, 174 for 2. The lead's 116. Countdown to the second new ball continues. Surrey are 73 for 1. They lead Nottinghamshire by 29 runs. Burns has gone for a duck. Is that the second? It is. Gone for a pair. Second baller in the first innings, LBW to Hutton. Fourth baller in the second innings, LBW to Hutton.
It's a bit of a come down, isn't it, from the lofty heights?
Yeah, he's had a quiet season, Burns, hasn't he? Carries his back, and he's back from the Benamens. First bowl down the hill for the off spinner. Makes a lot of sense to me, this against the left-handers as well. It's got to be worth a go.
And worth a go, just trying something else, something different.
Division 2, Gloucestershire are 93 for 6, still trailing Durham by 44 runs at tea on day 3 at Chesterley Street.
Sounds like a fruity pitch up there, doesn't it?
Aye. 4 for Potts, 1 for Pretorius, 1 for Parkinson in that second dig. 3 for Parkinson in the first innings, 2 for Rain, 2 for Potts, 2 for Cass. .95 for Alex Lees in that Durham 4.53. All Sussex. You may recall put on 150 if memory serves. 150 for the first wicket in the first innings, posted 402. Derbyshire scrambled to a 5-run lead at the end of the first innings. 407. Sussex are 37 for 3. Clark went to the third ball of the innings. Allsop to the 9th. And then Haynes 34 for 3 when he fell in the 10th. Coles and Carter still there. for Robson. They're going to take 2. They'll do well. Sussex did 150 for the first wicket in the first innings, post 402 and lose the match, won't they? Down at Hove. The last game, Worcestershire, they're back on at last at New Road. Worcestershire 186 for 9 in reply to Yorkshire's 407. Nearly done the last pair there. 10 and 11, Finch and Gibbon. 5 for Code.
On that, isn't he? Yeah.
50 it is for Proctor from 135 deliveries. Skipper winning that toss first morning. 25 in the first innings for his caught Simpson off Roland Jones, but 50 in the second now with 2 boundaries. He's been out there for very nearly 3 hours now.
135 calls and 2 boundaries.
Indeed, Whiteman at the other end. He's been out there for 219 minutes. Northamptonshire's biggest partnership of the season, this. It was an ironic cheer yesterday when Middlesex reached a batting point. Even more irony though, that in reaching that batting point they doubled the number of batting points that Northamptonshire have got for the season, because they've got just the 1. Middlesex now 2 batting points this season. Crow's 2, but it's just a single. It speaks to the strength of Division 1 though, doesn't it? Because I look at this Northamptonshire batting lineup, and Fascott, Sellis and Gay seem pretty decent opening pair. Proctor, Keogh, Zaib in the middle. Obviously, and Whiteman of course out there in the middle at the moment. And of course they've got Brandon at 3 in this game on first class debut, but
I think a measure of it is how the other teams do on the same pitches, of course.
Well, we went through it for Middlesex, didn't we? The number of centuries scored by opponents. And Middlesex are yet to register a 1, and I imagine very similar for Northamptonshire. And actually that Kent match is probably, from what Andrew Rad was saying, the best example of it. 200 and nothing versus 600 in reply from Kent.
Yeah, I think we said 500s and 290s against Middlesex, against a top score of 70 something, wasn't it?
That's right.
Tick along a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was down around 2.1, just nudging around 2.2 the run rate, up to 2.44 now. Again, they'll have half a mind on the time left in this game. But 42 overs tonight, 8 wickets standing. Yes, we don't know whether Gay can come back out or not. I'm sure if he needed to let somebody tee off at the other end, if there was a recognised batter still there, then I'm sure he would. But 5 overs to that second new ball. There's been nothing really. Not a wicket taken all day. And nothing really to suggest that Northamptonshire should be particularly alarmed by the second new ball. Cloud cover's just about to reach Josh de Carey's. There it goes. Actually, a pleasant scene this evening. Bearing in mind we were thinking it could be a washout this evening session. Darted that one into the over. A maiden again from de Carey's. 14 from 11. Look at that. What a difference. Blue skies. The match needs these 41 overs, you fancy, although again, you mustn't forget, going into the final day, Northamptonshire, this really is a must-win for them. Climb above Middlesex and try and scramble a win somewhere else between now and the end of the season, see if they can scramble above Kent as well. So come what may, you fancy something would happen tomorrow, but it'd be nice to see it have its natural progression this evening for 41 overs. See what Middlesex can do with the second new ball, see how Northamptonshire go about setting something here. Dare I suggest it would be interesting if Northamptonshire did at some point come to Middlesex and say, well, what should we set up? Bear in mind, this is an absolute must-win for Northamptonshire. For Middlesex, could take the draw and hedge the bets. They'll find a couple of wins elsewhere. Nudged away fine.
Spun a little bit though, didn't it? Turned out probably had a bit of rough, as you pointed out, but bit of wrist spin on it. He's actually looked as likely as anybody to take a wicket, hasn't he?
You'd have thought there'd have been calls to get him on earlier, Self. 40 overs still to be bowled, just weighing it up, still 2.5 hours of cricket. 6:30 finish. I think it's just because we've had such an early lunch, we've had an early tea, all of a sudden it feels later in the day. It is, but it's only just ticking past 4 o'clock.
Right, it does seem like 5 o'clock, doesn't it, rather?
The attraction of today's play, should be a single term it is, the attraction of today's play is discussed as well in that tea interval. In terms of it is a slow burner, this one. So, well, if you walk away and there's a victory for either side in it, you kind of remember the match, but if you walk away and this ends up a draw, then yes, day 3 was a particularly slow and, I hesitate to say dull,
If
but
it's got purpose, it's got some underlying strategy.
I'd be very surprised if this is a dull draw tomorrow evening, which for me then, don't mind this today. Middlesex not to have taken a wicket all day. That'll be another one for the record books. When was the last time Middlesex would have gone a day without taking a wicket? But again, we must remind ourselves that we're only just past the halfway point of the day because it's been 2 shortened sessions so far. I'd certainly venture that there probably haven't been many wicketless sessions here at Merchant Taylor's School in its short history. It's always been a bowler's surface. Be very confident in saying 2 wicketless sessions consecutively would be unheard of for sure. Two to the second new ball. 189 for 2. Here's the partnerships, 129. Whiteman and Proctor came together when Gay was out. 4-7, well, he was retired. Hurts for 7. But certainly last night when that second wicket fell, Broad was gone. Just thought, could you have to 4 down by stumps?
Jover did that wicket for him.
Oh, let me see. Just making sure I make a note this time, which I didn't last. They came together with the score on 60, these two. Of course, this is the one you can easily look up. Broad fell in the last ball at the 17th over.
So it'll be 63 overs without a wicket, pretty much from the new ball. Yeah.
Yep. the 79th. 1-3-3 the lead now. So they trailed by 5 runs when they resumed this morning. Northamptonshire, so they have added 138 runs in a day. And these two came together with the score on 60. But only just nudged past the deficit. The last over before the second new ball becoming available. Ferris has done a good job here, hasn't he? 16 conceded off 12.2. He's a young off spinner.
Yeah, he's just been steady, hasn't he? He's just not rolled anything loose.
A couple here, wide of helmet, deep cover. Slightly different release there for the Careys by the looks of it. A lot of excitement behind the stumps. Well, it feels like we've waited the entire day for it, but 80 overs bowled in this innings. The second new ball is now available. And Ryan Higgins takes off his cap.
Ryan Higgins to take it, yeah.
There it is.
New balls being taken after
I think fair to say the much maligned Kookaburra ball.
ball of formation. Ryan Higgins.
Who's going to take the other end?
I think overall Helms looked...
He looks the most likely, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or Ethan. Tom, yeah, I'd give it to Tom Helm, yeah.
Higgins, the only bowler to take a wicket in this innings so far. Picking up Vasconcelos and Broad. Sorry, I was correcting myself there because I was thinking I went all Spanish there. Vasconcelos. Even they're excited about the second new ball self. So much on this passage of play now. Batted time, Northamptonshire. Can they back it up against the second new ball and push on to a substantial lead? Of course, with the batters as well, and this was the case, again, having had discussions down at the Aegeus about it. We've talked extensively about that ball going soft after 20 overs for the bowlers. For the batters as well, it's not really coming off the bat in the same way, quite a soft ball. I think it's fair to say here, similarly so.
Gone over the wicket.
No ball. Higgins conceded a few of those in this match, actually. Higgins' third no ball of the innings. 6 in the first. Forgive me, 3 in the first as well. Can't attribute them off this card as to who it was. The drive. Very nearly for 4. All run 3 instead to end the over. First with the second new ball. And Northamptonshire 199 for 2, leading by 141. Whiteman 80, Proctor 60. Tom Helm it is.
Yeah, that's the right choice in my opinion. That little bit of extra pace and the height with the new ball.
First ball from Helm lifts onto the gloves of Whiteman. 200 up in the second innings for Northamptonshire. Skittled for 219 in the first, having won the toss. Could be some fun to come though. Of all the bowlers today, Helm is the one that's extracted a little bit of bounce. Good applause from a few Northamptonshire fans, perhaps a few Middlesex fans as well, away under cover to our right there. Appreciating the 200 up. Grunt from Helm as he bent his back on that one. Bends his back again on that one. Significant bounce once more, but wide outside the off stump. Relatively well rested, Helm. A couple of overs late last night, didn't he? And then opened up at the Benham end. He had a couple at the Lake end, and then today again.
Had a good spell today, didn't he?
Disturbed day. The amount of time off the field so far as well. So this is 15th over of the innings. Take 2 last night from the Lake end. 13 overs, split don't know, 6 or 7 yesterday evening. We had the 6
Yeah,
or 7 today,
yeah.
maybe. Just tail back in. Worth having a look again at that one. 200 up, 200 for 2, lead 142, but some good bounce in that over from Helm. Look at this one, last ball though.
Came back off the seam, didn't it, that one? Good lead though.
Very naughty of you. I wanted one over, mate. That's naughty of you. Very nice over.
Look at the swing from Whiteman. Extra bit of bounce. Haven't offered them much width today. Middlesex been very tight, kept their lines tight to the off stump. Whiteman's eyes lit up at that.
Though, that's one he would have been letting go earlier in the day, so maybe signs of an awakening.
Short, wasn't that short? Let's put away. Whiteman's on to 85, 204 for 2. Going to draw attention back to the game here last year. So have a look at an explosive, aggressive shot. Actually felt as that it's come back in as well to the left-hander there, didn't it? Looking at the release of Higgins. So he's prepared to rock back and pull that as he saw it out of the hand from a wider line. Actually played with the movement in the end. Single more. Just going to draw attention back to the game here last year at Merchant Taylor School. It was against Worcestershire, Middlesex, who did indeed pip Worcestershire to promotion last year from Division 2. Just checking the toss in that one. Middlesex elected to bat first, 188. Worcestershire 191. Middlesex then posted 240 in their second innings. The 46 from Luke Holman and Umesh Yadav which is his debut game. He hit 5 fours and 2 sixes, 44 from 54, unbeaten from Yadav. And all of a sudden, what looked a pretty perilous position for Middlesex looked quite promising. Let's have a look. Holman was 188 for 8 when Holman and Yadav came together. Pushed on to 240 all out. Worcestershire targeted 238 to win, 238 for 3. Ed Pollock 113 from 77 deliveries, 11 fours and 7 sixes.
Yeah, that was a remarkable ending, so wasn't it?
Rode his luck, didn't he?
He certainly did, but he earned his luck in a way. Played quite a bit of golf with his uncle, and he was chirping away. Can't he?
There's one that was Sky, and I can't remember if it was Roland Jones running to get underneath it. So I quite judged it at first, and in the end, we just short down at the lake end, below the big old tree. Who's standing under that at the moment? Josh Carey's down there at deep third.
It came back to bite Ed Pollock there because he got a first baller, didn't he, at Worcester in the return game, straight off a length. Took the glove straight off the length. Realised what a pitch that was.
Yes. I don't think we can read too much into the fact that the second innings were, say significantly, but were larger. Middlesex 188 and 240, Worcestershire 191 and 238, but the 240 was very much propped up by, as I said, Holman 46 from 86, but then Yadav 44 from 41.
Yeah, late order stuff, wasn't it?
They really went at it to push that up, and then similarly Pollock 113 from 77, so I don't think we can in the same way compare that the pitch flattened, because it didn't.
Ramesh had a strange time with us because he bowled really, really well. I thought really nice. He couldn't get anybody out. Just couldn't get a wicket. I think he was as bemused as anybody as to why.
Corey Collingwood had a season like that, where he just bowled. It was, for me, the best bowler that season. All the wickets came at the other end for Mercer. I said to him, I think you might have bought Mercer a few wickets at the other end this season, Corey. You can say that, Kev. Big smile on his face. Bowled beautifully, really did. Popular member of the dressing room at Middlesex in the stint that he had.
Bit of bat on that.
Quackers. Bambino needs to go get some chewing gum. You've got to go on. Bamsi's a loot. I need a toilet.
Bit of shape away from the left-hander there from Ryan Higgins round the wicket. Very watchful though.
Pamber will get there. Take a couple. Whiteman's on to 90.
Yeah, just a thickish edge that one. And the ball just drifting away from him.
It's the 150 partnership. Pulled hard. Four more. Leads over 150 now as well, 156.
It's a sign of intention, isn't it?
Bams, you mind holding for one? Just because Marvellous can't field.
Well, that's the thing, we've kind of counted down to the second new ball for Middlesex. But equally, we have said with the caveat that the harder ball will go just as quick.
It can be, yeah. Plucked his foot down there and heaved that one over the leg side from outside off stump.
Whiteman, one of the two batters this summer who has reached a century for Northamptonshire. 130 unbeaten for him. Proctor on to 61. 250s. This is indeed Proctor's highest score of the season now. 60 unbeaten, his previous best. Oh, now look at that grub. Goodness me, we haven't seen much of that today at all, have we? Harder ball just shoots down the hill. Have a look again. That didn't roll, but
Bounced at all, does it? Bounced and seamed and guttled John Simpson.
It actually did well to carry as far as it did to Simpson, given the trajectory off the surface.
Yeah.
It's downhill. It was always Simpson's lower than the point that it pitched. Whiteman's previous century came in the second innings against Somerset. Drop that card in a moment. That's a cracking stop by Max Oldham. Saves the boundary, keeps Whiteman on 94, 217 for 2, the lead on 159. Well, we've moved things along a little bit. That run rate was down at around 2.1. It's certainly below 2.2. How close down to 2.1 itself it got. 2.18, 2.19, I remember it dipping to up at just over 2.5 now, so they've moved it along a little bit, these two. So I was thinking it wasn't so long ago that you're looking at a lead which was still double figures at that point, and you know, our mind was starting to turn to actually that lead really needs to begin with the 2 if they're going to have a chance of defending it, because the pitch appears flatter. 160 nearly that lead already. Middlesex really do need a breakthrough with the second new ball.
Well, they could get that lead up to sort of 250, 260, 270 by the close, couldn't they?
Matcho Whiteman got his century against Somerset. It was at Taunton. Somerset won the toss, elected to field. 255 all out. Whiteman got 15 in the first innings. Skipper in the side in that game, Whiteman. Doncaster lad. Skipper here, Proctor pushes away. No run. Yeah, 255 they were all done. Somerset 412, 130 for Cola Cadmore for 102 deliveries. So 78 overs in the first innings, 94 in the second, and then just 104 overs in the third innings of the match when Northamptonshire. It's 311 for 8, match tied. Forgive me, match drawn, I should say. Sam Whiteman 130. 269 deliveries, 405 minutes. 311 for 8, and they shook hands on that one, or whether it was rain had fallen already. They have been 174 for 4, 210 for 5, so there's a real danger. No danger here, according to the umpire. Proctor survives on 62.
Certainly moved that one, moved into it, I think, a little bit too much. Well,
Not bad.
I think it did too much, but yeah.
On the move when he was struck as well, wasn't he, Proctor? Oh, slide and a tumble. And the skipper is going to have to pick himself up with a press up. 2:18 for 2 at the end of the 87th. The half century for Proctor, second innings at Wantage Road against Middlesex. 13 in the first innings earlier in the season. Middlesex 149, Northampton 198, Middlesex 167 and Northampton 120 for 3. There was a moment where I thought they might have a chance, Middlesex, in the what was it, 52 for 3. Tremaine was in as a night watch and annoyed Middlesex on that final warning for his 13 from 39 deliveries, 46 minutes. Whiteman 60 from 79, seeing it home. It's LBW Higgins in the Northamptonshire first innings. Uppercut, Crive catch it, and gone! A wicket on the third day at last for Middlesex. Proctor, quite a vigil out in the middle. He's put his side in a strong position, the Northamptonshire captain. Gone for 63, a lead of 160. Relief for Middlesex with the second new ball.
Because they didn't work for that wicket. Short ball, uppercut. Again, it's an indication of how they've changed their approach since tea anyway. He left that one alone before. Nicely taken catch.
And he has got some bounce outside the off stump. There were a couple with this second new ball where he's banged it in quite short, quite wide outside of the off stump. Left alone. On this occasion, the trap works. De Carey's put one down off Helm yesterday evening, of course. Injured his finger in the slips.
It's not Emilio coming in, is it? Emilio Gay? Yeah, it is.
Emilio Gay returns. Retired hurt this morning. He's had his, I was going to say his feet up, he's had his knee up for a wee while. Today, when he left, the score was 60 for 2 when he retired. 218 for 3. If that knee's hurting, you can fancy that Helm might fancy a bit of the short stuff again here.
Just the merest hint of a limp.
First up, engineer and get underneath that.
Yeah, test your knee out that one, wouldn't it? It's good bounce to that.
To get at Keogh and Zabe early with this second new ball, Middlesex. Oh, now that's going to be worth a look again. The look from behind on that one will be quite interesting, actually.
I think it went over the top, but that was a good leave because he left that on the bounce without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, that's gone a clear foot 18 inches over the top.
Edge fine. can stop tumbling to carries. Applause from Helm.
Terrific piece of fielding that was.
As he throws himself around, he's always in the action. Such excitement when he bowls. He's made himself a pretty useful all-rounder, having tried to break through as an opening bat. Well, I might get there. Whiteman's on to 98. For the second time this season against Middlesex in the second innings, proving a problem. That gets through. That'll be a second century of the season for Whiteman. We pulled up, he'll turn for 3, 101 from 219 minutes. Let's go with a century, helping to save the game against Somerset. May well put his side in contention here for a second victory of the season against Middlesex. It's a fine, fine knock.
Yeah, it was a really good innings, wasn't it? It was probably constructed innings, unobtrusive. Chanceless, I think. I don't remember a chance.
I don't remember a chance from it all, no. The chance that was put down was the opening pair, wasn't it, between Vasconcelos and Gay last night. Helm says care is no since then. Not a Haypert.
Yeah, no frills to that, just an accomplished innings.
End of the over. Sorry, start of the new over. I thought that was the end of the 88.
Yeah, that was a quick one.
10 boundaries, what I was looking for. I'm going to head down in the scorecard. 10 boundaries in his century. Ball gets to drive away. Holden's got a chase here. Thunders around and hear his feet clapping along the ground next to us in the tent. All stopped.
Really pinned it.
Whiteman, it's an 11th first-class century, averages just over 36, 26 50s as well. High score of 193. Perth Scorcher, Australia under 19, Australia A, and Surrey second 11. High. That is the end of the over. 231 for 3. First class debut back in 2012 for Whiteman. Opened the batting for Western Australia. Scored 29 before he was caught wide of the bowling McKay. Opening with Marcus Harris. Michael Hussey was his skipper at 3. Marcus North at 4. Adam Vogis at 5. All stretches for that one, Whiteman. Mitchell Marsh, Tom Triffett, Mitchell Johnson, Michael Beer, Jason Berendorf, and Michael Hogan was that Western Australian side.
There's some players in there, aren't there?
Yeah, 248 they posted against Victoria. James Pattinson took 2. In fact, 5 bowlers used. They all got 2 each. 2 for James Pattinson, 2 for Clint Mackay, 2 for Peter Siddle, 2 for Alex Keith, and 2 for Jade Herrick. Chris Rogers was opening for Victoria. Moved to Middlesex the year before, Chris Rogers, and goodness me, look at who he was opening with. A young Peter Hanscom. Rogers made 43, Hanscom 13. Cameron White, first ball duck. David Hussey batting at 4, Aaron Finch at 5, Matthew Wade at 6. What teams these were? Alex Keith, Peter Siddle, James Pattinson, Clint Mackay, Jade Herrick. Western Australia 248, Victoria 219. Just 138 in the second innings for Western Australia. Whiteman got a 5th ball duck. Mitchell Johnson and not out 40, 138, and then Victoria target of 168. They were 171 for 5, winning by 5 wickets. 44 for Chris Rogers, 37 for David Hussey, 50 unbeaten for Matthew Wade. Quite the teams. Sheffield Shield, November 2012. Holds his left ankle. Middlesex fans will not want to see that. I know his teammates will want to see that this evening. They need him. His second new ball. A few spits of rain start to hit the top of our tent. The sun shines on Helm at the moment, but might be a bit of cloud cover coming his way. Pause as he checks that left ankle, left boot. Gets through.
Difficult one to take. It was a little bit scrappy, wasn't it, from John Simpson? He's Just did him on the bounce.
Yeah, he didn't fancy that second bounce there,
No,
did
he didn't. That's,
I think where his position was, he probably realised he was actually falling face forward towards the bounce that's coming up. We can forgive him that one, Simo. 237 for 379, the lead. Yeah, just the position he got himself into. If it's often you'll see a keeper turn or a fielder turn their head away, won't you? I think I might have to wear this on the chest, but
yeah, it's horrible.
I think he was going to wear that one on the face if he kept going in that direction, just through the gloves. Clubbed over Roland Jones. Cry of catch it, but 4 runs it is. Gaze into the 30s. .24 in the first innings for Gate, 31 now in the second, his highest score of the season. That knee problem troubling him this year. It's his 4th match. Previous highest score. In fact, let's have a look. He scored 111 runs in total. Swish.
Wide ball and went wider off the seam. Had to reach a long way for that.
A little bit of a run of it in the blast. He got 53 at Durham. Consecutive scores of 40, 47 and 30 against Yorkshire at Leeds, Derbyshire at Northampton and Leicestershire at Leicester. Be pleased to get this 31 along with the 21 of the first innings here to get an aggregate going in this game. Hooked away. Another boundaries on 35. 245 for 3. First-class matches already for Gate. 3 centuries, 6 50s, average just over 26. Debut in 2019 at Bristol.
I think it took him a little while to get going in the first-class game, but I think he's established himself as one of the promising young players about, and one of those whose names get linked to other counties, you know.
Those blast scores would have helped him. Everybody likes all format cricketer nowadays.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Can't afford to have a cricketer kicking around for half a season.
Ronan Jones replacing Helm at the Benham end. Helm with the 1 wicket to go today. Getting Proctor caught by the Careys at deep third.
It was a very long ago that Northampton made a very conscious decision just to concentrate everything on white ball and the blast in particular, at the expense of their red ball cricket, but they won the blast, didn't they?
Indeed. The Steelbacks. Adam Rossington, former Middlesex wicket keeper, part of that side, isn't he? Previous high score this season was 15 prior to this match. 21 in the first innings, 35 in the second. In the first innings against Nottinghamshire, noughts in the second. His toes nicely there. Gay, single down to long leg. Hampshire, goodness me, in reply to Somerset's 500, just flashed up in front of me, 300 for 8 now. Morgan 78, Abbott's 82. They've recovered the situation there against depleted Somerset side, 152 for 8 they were, 88 for 6. Here, 247 for 3. Still 25 overs remain today. Second new ball, 12 overs old. Lead of 189. More than useful. They've got more than something to bowl at now, Northamptonshire, especially with 7 wickets standing. 25 to go today. We'll be looking to have a lead around 250 tonight. Maybe a little bit more. Carries back on from the Lake End with the second new ball.
I wonder if they'll take him on this time.
I think Toby wants a drink.
That run rate's got up to nearly 2.7 now, so it's shifted up by Well, it has indeed shifted up by 0.5. It was down at 2.18, so Carries with this second new ball can just find a little bit of extra purchase, a little bit of extra bounce.
We haven't seen a right hander all day, have we?
Jack in a box, isn't he? Carries, jumping around all the time. Whiteman really scurried to the offside to sweep that. Tuck it around the corner. Get a couple.
Yeah, fetched that from a long way outside off stump.
Umbrella up in the distance. Rain is falling here at the moment. You wouldn't believe it with the lovely sunshine, but must be a spit on that side of the ground and certainly a spit on this side. Yeah, a few umbrellas up. Goes to the paddle to Carey's, imploring the umpire right in front of him. Just looking at the shadows, so that's a dot ball to end the over. 250 for 3, 250 up for Northamptonshire. The sun's behind us and so are the showers. We can hear it hitting the top of our roof at the moment. It's the same direction that the sun is over our shoulder at the moment. Oh, that's the peel, but again a long way across. He gets through some energy just in his reaction to each delivery to Carey's. Fun to watch. It's an outstanding second innings for Northamptonshire here. Lead of 192. Jones disappointed as that gets away fine of Ethan Bamber. It's a bit bemused by it, Roland Jones. I don't know if Bamber crept a little around. Partnerships scorecard in a moment, because 50 partnership announced between these two. Proctor was out 218 for 3, but adding the runs that they put together prior to Gay's retirement hurt. End of the 94th, 254 for 3. As the partnerships look on this then, so there we go. Gay and Whiteman 16 before Gay retired, and then 36 now. With that break for 158, the partnership between Whiteman and Proctor. So 52 the partnership. At 254 on the board. Again, notes that we'll have to make. Outside the line of off, and it needed straighten.
Yeah, long way down the pitch. Not a lot going for it really. Well down the pitch, outside the line, probably missing leg stump.
Anything it had going for it was the energy that Ferris brings to the game. Done, 22 to go today, 254 for 3. times over the years has Roland Jones come up with a spell out of nowhere, propelled Middlesex into a better position in a match. They could do with one now. Did it against Essex earlier this year, didn't he? Picked up 7, but it's a game that Middlesex were a fair way behind him.
Oh, behind from the first ball, wasn't it?
Oh, steers that nearly straight to mid-wicket. Well, it was straight to mid-wicket, but not for a catch. Robson there. Bumper with one to come of the over.
Good row, good row.
254 for 3, 21 to go. Ice cream van disappeared in front of the school, all the way to the right a little earlier today. That first significant rain shower that we had. Burger tent and the coffee van still going though. One or two may have felt they needed a coffee early this afternoon and a passage of play that perhaps could be perceived to have drifted. Again, that will really be judged when the end of the match comes and whoever the victor is. It's that sweep away, gets away fine for 4. White slowly retreats around to collect.
Probably a wee bit too straight there.
Oh well. Serious aggression.
That was a good shot, though, wasn't it? Down the pitch, full swing of the bat.
You did ask, will they go after De Carey's this time? It's just had a reasonable blast campaign. Emilio Gay. Be a little bit of freedom now. Look at that run rate, up to 2.74 now. Within 3 of his first 50 of the summer in the championship.
Haven't got the ball back yet, they hit that a fair way.
It won't have got wet because the lake at the lake end is a fair way back. There's another cricket ground behind this one, isn't there? Shouldn't be too hard to find though. It is playing fields over the top of it has gone. Well, just to the side you can see the cameraman at the top there. Bounce through past the marquee for hosting. As it was used by the school on the first day. Look at the scores elsewhere. England women 76 for 1 after 9. They need 188 from 41 overs to beat Australia women 263 for 8. They posted at Bristol. The West Indies are 68 for 4 at lunch against India at Windsor Park, which we now know is in Dominica.
Lost some quick wickets there then, didn't they? They were going well, weren't they?
They reached as far as, what, 31 without loss. And lost
So
Chanderful last ball of the 13th.
4 for 30 then, or thereabouts.
Yep. Brathwaite made 20. Caught Rohit, bowled Ashwin. Chanderpaul bowled Ashwin for 12. Reefer caught Kishan, bowled Thacker for 2. Blackwood caught Siraj, bowled Jadeja for 14.
They don't seem to have found the ball. Haven't, as far as I can see.
Found it.
No. Oh yes they have, yeah. Another goal.
Helm's got it now. It's the umpire jotting down the delay to find the ball. Don Shelley will have to go and negotiate the over rate at the end of the play. Umpire Pollard. Kent are 7 down against Warwickshire, 267 for 7. They still trail by 111 at Canterbury on day 3. The Italian international Grant Stewart's not out on 10. He's just lost Everson for 31 though. Caught Burgess, bowled Brooks. 2 for Rushworth, 2 for Hannon Dalby. Brooks, 2 for Yates. Essex 118 for 3. They lead Lancashire by 256. Lawrence went for 5 from 26 deliveries, but Wesley went for 5 from 26 deliveries, but Lawrence is not out. 64 from 81. Critchley 39 from 66. Essex hoping to challenge Surrey for the title, as would have been Hampshire. They're 325 for 8 now. 97 for Organ. 88 for Abbott. Trail Somerset by 175. And Surrey 134 for 1 now. They lead Nottinghamshire by 90 runs at the Oval. 68 Sibley, 57 Latham. Nudged for a single. Just pitching outside the line of leg.
Yeah, a long way outside leg pitching, isn't it?
Don't hold that right hip, please, Toby. Off stump out of the ground. Whiteman's century comes to an end on 114. The skipper has him, Toby Rowland-Jones. 267 for 4. The lead's 209. Middlesex needed that.
Yeah, that was not dissimilar to the Mark Stoneman dismissal, actually. I'm not sure that was quite short enough to pull.
May have been the point Rowland-Jones was making to him on the way off.
Certainly wasn't short, but it's took out off stump.
And again, down the hill from the Benham end.
Yeah. Fine innings like that. Well constructed innings.
Quiet word, perhaps.
Well,
Well batted, maybe.
well, not speaking from a position of strength at the moment, are they? No. This lad doesn't hang around, does he?
Top scorer in the first innings, 49 Zabe. Leading the averages this year with 37.75. And off the mark, first ball. Higgins gives chase from mid-on. They'll take a couple.
I think Emilio Gay likes these sharp 2s and 1s. That knee's giving him a bit of jip.
Interesting, he hasn't gone for a runner.
Oh, what circumstances you're allowed runners now? Are you allowed a runner? Then you are.
Let us back in here, boys! And a couple of balls to the whites on here, lads!
To jog my memory about runners now, when the last time I actually saw one. When things changed, not in Test cricket certainly. 98 done here, 269 for 4. Gay still there on 49. The Centurion's gone, bowled by Roland Jones. His first wicket of the innings. 211 that lead. Middlesex will be hoping to keep that lead below 300, I'm sure. How greedy they'll be and think about, what, 260, 270, but they'll have to work hard and fast, and they'll need to get rid of Gaze on 49 and 122 deliveries faced. Pretty well set.
Yeah, they'll be up to about 260, won't they, by at this rate. I would expect the rate to pick up a wee bit.
Middlesex will be thinking minimum 3 more tonight in the 19 overs that remain. Second new ball, new batter out there. Really interested. They've gone to Zaib ahead of Keogh. Keogh second in the averages. Prior to Whiteman's innings, Whiteman's just pushed above him now with that second century, averaging just below 37. Keogh similarly, well, Whiteman averaging 36.92. Keogh averaging 36.91. Zaib with a strike rate of 60 this year, Keogh with a strike rate of 50. Actually can really read into that in a season in the Championship though. Just about hear Sam Robson chattering away under the helmet behind Gay there. Something about him wanting to get to a 50. Well, there it is. 124 deliveries for Gay to reach his first 50 of the summer. With a fair break, retired hurt in between. 4 fours and a 6 in the 50 for Gay. He's done well to come back out there after that knee injury this morning. Fine. Did he get battered? Peel's LBW. See if the umpire's going to raise his leg. Doesn't look as though he wants to umpire Lungley. Yes, he does. A couple of leg buys. Another couple of quick runs for Gay to get through. Reverses it straight to backward point, and Ethan Bamber into Kerry's has another wicket. Zaib gone for 2, sent in ahead of Keogh to be a bit more positive, perhaps against the spin in particular. But a 5th wicket falls. They've had to wait a while, Middlesex. Got 3 with the second new ball now.
Yeah, so those wickets kind of bring Middlesex back in the game, don't they? Less reliant on a declaration or
had to make the move at some point. Northamptonshire, it's a must-win game for them. They want to stay up this season. I say it's a must-win. It's a game realistically when you look at the makeup of the table this year. If they want to stay up, they've got to put 2 wins on the board now, and against one of their rivals. Same end of the table. So, Tom Taylor comes out ahead of Keogh as well. And ahead of Lewis McManus, promotion up the order. Taylor, who made 2 before he was caught and bowled by Helm in the first innings. Batting prowess, clearly. Keogh made 12 for his bowled Roland Jones from 40 deliveries. McManus 24. 67 deliveries LBW to Bamba. Mark first ball as he tabs that one away. First right-hander of the day.
Good spot, yeah.
How long they go on with Carey's? There's a right-hander in as well. Again, if Taylor's sent in to get on with it, then De Carey's might happily say, well, try if you like. Use the feet from Gay, gets that straight to the wide. Long on Tom Helm. That's 54, into the 99th. Leads 2-2-3, 2-7-7 for 5 Northamptonshire.
Yeah, it's not a cracking shot, it's just used his feet and good swing of the bat again. Same place as the 6 went. Dragged it slightly. I don't think they're going to do anything daft here, like give Middlesex a bit of a go.
I was just thinking, what's the minimum? 280? They get 60 in the crash bang wallop and have a couple of overs at Middlesex.
Might be in their thoughts, you know.
From the Middlesex, Houston, Bamba.
So Bamba from the Venom end down the hill. Not bothered to look at the forecast for tomorrow. Not sure with the number of wickets in hand that they have. Still Keogh and McManus to come. Equally, I'm sure they'll be well aware that Middlesex chased 248 to beat Nottinghamshire in 40 overs at Lord's. And went at nearly 4 and over for the entirety of that first innings as well. What do I think? They need to... You don't want to give Middlesex all day to chase 3 and over.
No, it'd be a very, very bold move to put them in tonight.
But they're going to be around, if they're close to a 300 lead tonight. How long do they bat on for in the morning? An hour? Leave 2.5 sessions to chase 340.
Yeah, it's not going to be a game, is it, where they put the game out of reach of Middlesex. They make the game safe for themselves.
Oh goodness me! Now that hasn't pitched. Oh, that had a chance.
Maybe just shaping down the leg side, but wasn't going over because it was on the dip, wasn't
Well,
it? all the
indeed,
way?
yeah. Again, they'd have gone upstairs. Would it have just been clipping? Just a single sweeper out there. Yeah, the lead's 220 now. Well, they need to win this game. To win it, they need to dangle the carrot slightly for Middlesex, I think. You bat Middlesex out of sight and then think you're going to bowl Middlesex out on a surface that today has been very, very difficult to take wickets on until they looked up the scoring rate themselves. Northamptonshire, and that run rate was down at 2.18. Middlesex didn't look like taking a wicket, as much as Northamptonshire didn't look like scoring a run.
They're looking to get 270, 280 by close. Of course, they've got to push on. And it's in pushing on that they've started to lose their wickets.
Well, that's the thing, if they dangle a carrot for Middlesex to go at a certain rate tomorrow and not put them out of sight, but require Middlesex to, what's the words we've been using, proactive about finding those runs. To gamble wickets themselves, gamble the defeat. Gets through extra cover, Max Holden. Let's say it was 300. We set them off 80, 300 off. Just trying to think, an hour in the morning, maybe an hour and a bit.
They're about an hour in the morning. They want to have more than that, wouldn't they?
So 3:30, somewhere around 75 overs tomorrow, maybe. Two quick wickets here, though. Middlesex will be feeling that they'll be bossing.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They've laid the groundwork for what they're trying to achieve. You can see that now, but it can go belly up, can't it? By losing those, by losing wickets.
That's what I said in Taylor. Well, Taib in ahead of Keogh. Now Taylor in ahead of Keogh and McManus. ...101 overs bowled, 283 for 5. And there we go. Looks a pretty decent card, doesn't it? Yeah, who was retired, not out, now back in. 56.
Is that how they record that now?
I'd imagine it needs updating, isn't it?
I don't know. It seems a logical thing to record, doesn't it?
Taylor 6 from 11, just nudging it around at the moment. Sure, given the time to get in. Painstakingly slowly at times in this innings, Northamptonshire. Their first innings lasted 88 for 219. Middlesex's first innings 73 overs for 277. Which actually in itself there might be a reasonable barometer. 277 off 74 overs. We're talking about maybe 75 to set 330. The 30 runs on top of that, and the feeling was that Middlesex should have had more in that first innings. Just threw a couple of wickets away. Maybe a shot too many. Maybe the scoring rate was somewhere between the 2.2 of Northamptonshire and the, what's it, 3.8. Just a single there for Gate. Yeah, 3.8 it was, the scoring rate for Middlesex in that first innings. I think the thought was that perhaps somewhere between the two was actually the rate you should have been scoring out on that, and if Middlesex had have gone at 3 and over, they might have scored a lot more and batted for a little while longer and bossed the game. .330 off 75 requires you to go at 4.5 and over. It's going to get through. Higgins had a go to try and get there. Taylor on to 10. His first boundary.
Good firm punchy drive.
Just gave himself a
Oh,
bit of
full
room.
toss actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, gave himself a bit of room and a full toss. Wonder if Ethan Bamber saw him give himself room and decided to go, try and go Yorker. Occasionally that'll telegraph what they're doing.
Yeah, 330 off 75, a required rate of 4.5. Of course, so often we see sides take a more conservative approach and reevaluate at tea. If you put in just before lunch on the final day, get through to lunch, get through your afternoon session, and I've got 150, 160 on the board by tea, and teams nowadays quite happily will go after it at tea to take another 160 out of it. Wickets in hand at tea on the final day. Should be interesting come what may. Northamptonshire desperately need the win. It'll be more than handy for Middlesex as well to pick up the points in this one. Bowling, bouncing. Bamber equal to it. Yes, yes it is. Bit of bounce for the Careys and a wicket. Taylor's gone for 11. Sharp and smart from Higgins. Middlesex with another wicket. Just keeping Northamptonshire in check here.
Interesting, because he didn't appear to be very interested in going there, the batsman. The rebound of John Simpson's gloves.
Must have done, yeah. Evasive action was taken by the batter in the end. He was turning his head away, wasn't he? Let's look back at this angle and see again. Edged into the gloves and up in the air somehow.
Still none the wiser,
Yeah.
to be honest with you.
Must have just been an edge onto the gloves and somehow scooped up out of Simpson's gloves. No, he was interested all the way, excited all the way, and then almost a little confused when had to wait for the umpire to give the decision, but must have been the finest of edges through. Angle of Simpson's gloves somehow scooping it upwards. It's the fact that Taylor as well, he was kind of turning his head away in the end as well, wasn't he? I guess that was the rebound back off Simpson.
So what have they lost to the new ball here since the new ball was taken?
4-4.
Well, they were three for what, were they? Yeah, I think so. I can't remember now.
Let's have a look. Here we go. They had reached 218 for 2 in the 88th over.
Right. So we've had 15 overs since then.
And 4-4. $74.
Yeah. It kind of reinforces that it's not that easy to go chasing.
Onus on Middlesex then. Try and grab a couple more tonight. Keep check on this at the moment. The lead still pretty manageable in many ways, 234. Let's get greedy for Middlesex and say it's 250. It's 2.5 and over, isn't it, basically, from 96, and that they wouldn't be too perturbed by. Couple of wickets for the Careys now. Good from the youngster, who I'm sure will very much want to play a part of the chase tomorrow. Although he'll be quite content if he doesn't have to, I suppose. Somebody else has done the work up above. Lucky with the weather today. A couple of interruptions, but nothing substantial, and they've come at a time where the umpires have been able to call early intervals, early lunch, early tea. Match looks as though it'll need very much every over it can get. Beauty bowled by Bamber. So still McManus, Sanderson, White to come. This is the key partnership now, really, isn't it? To get that lead. Oh, we were talking about, what, 3:30 a little while ago. They'd snatch our hands off of that now.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's hypothetical, of course, and you're talking about if they don't lose wickets, but as we've seen.
And they had to up that run rate. Got it up to 2.8. Slipped down to 2.1 at one point. Let's get it up to it. It's cost them wickets, 4 of them.
But they've done, what did you say, about 80 runs since the new ball, so 23 overs, they've gone at 4s, haven't they? Yeah.
Single 20 over. Bamber number 34 off 17. Northamptonshire 294 for 6, leading by 236. Again, when they were skittled 219 the first innings, you say to them, set Middlesex 260, 270 to win. On the final day, happy with that? Much on this partnership now, though. The ball is still relatively new, 24 overs old. Nice reverse for 4. Couple of batters sent in ahead of Keogh to up the scoring rate. Pretty adept himself as well. Just one batting point all season, Northamptonshire, about to pass 300 in their second innings here at Merchant Taylors. Though it's been a fine effort, even though batting has looked easier today. It's still a pressure situation for them, knowing it's a must-win game really for the side bottom of the table against the side one place above them.
Nice, John.
298 for 6. Oh, a bit of width. Goodness me. Through to the gloves of Simpson. One-handed take there. I heard the slap into the gloves of Simpson. I wondered if there was a noise, but... Ooh, that one just kept a fraction low. Carey's interested. 300 up for Northamptonshire, 300 for 6.
300 for Northamptonshire.
Mid-wicket, mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket.
300 for 6. 105 overs bowled in this innings. Bamber bounds in as ever. Sharp from Bamber. Question from Simpson. 11.4 remain tonight. Pulled hard and 4 runs. It's funny, it's run rate's gone up to 2.9, but it still feels in some ways a waiting game. You know, either they really do tee off here and get going, or Middlesex find a wicket and this rattles through quickly. Feel like edge of your seat stuff, even though it is the crunch moment for this innings and perhaps the match.
Yeah, Middlesex might take 11 overs. They're probably not going to finish the innings off unless something remarkable happens. So there will be a little bit of a go for Northampton in the morning.
Lovely view, look at that. Gorgeous shot. Indoor school being built behind the trees to the left, which Middlesex will use going forward. Punched away by Gay, a single to Milan out of cover. The lead ticks to 250. Middlesex will be acutely aware of that. Northamptonshire will be desperate now just to make sure that lead begins with a 3. Goodness me, we were talking right at the start of this innings, could they get a lead of around 180? But much different day to bat on day 3. Leading edge, safely back past to Carey's. A single more. We're seeing the risks they're having to take to up this rate from 2.1 to 2.9. As you said, they've been going at 4s since the new ball, haven't they, for 26 overs, cost them 4 wickets. Middlesex wouldn't need to go at 4s unless something quite spectacular happens here with this partnership, with what's still to come. Steers that from a long way outside the off stump. Okay, he gets a single, he's on to 66, end of the over, he'll keep the strike. Gentle single. Apologies, 1 to come, that scoreboard's quick. 106.5. So Keogh will have strike at 11. Swept to Bamba for a single. For 6. Tom Helm turning to replace Ethan Bamba. Not a bad move this, as they're starting to look for runs. Helm going a white ball bowler.
It's probably the most difficult one to get after if they're looking to get after him.
West Indies 82 for 5 after lunch against India. De Silva's gone now. Holder to the crease. Another wicket for Jadeja. England's women 144 for 3 after 22. 120 more to win from 28 overs. Capsey's gone for 40 from 34. 47 for Beaumont at the top. Kent are nearly done. 331 for 8. So they've made a fist of it. They trail by 47 runs, but in trouble. Single steered by Gay on 67. Grant Stewart 40 from 44, 5 4s and 2 6s. Kadri 30 from 37, but still trailing with only, well, Kadri's just gone. LBW to Maxwell, so it's nearly done, which again ups the ante here a little. A Kent defeat. Nicely done by Helm. Lancashire 166 for 5. They lead Lancashire by 307. I'd imagine that they're pushing on heavily, but even if they weren't, it would be to their advantage to be bowled out, wouldn't it? They are pushing on. Walter 24 from 38. Lawrence 85 from 102. Mind you, that's pretty standard for Lawrence, isn't it? lead of 307. Hampshire. Single more for Keogh. Hampshire all out for 330 at Taunton against that inexperienced Somerset attack. Somerset have no choice. Hampshire following on, they're 25 without loss.
So you have some of that then.
Hampshire have sent Abbott into open. So Abbott was unbeaten on 89. And they were scheduled for 330. Organ gone for 97. Stumped through off the bowling of Bashir. Hooked hard, but sweeper out there, just a single. Abbott has 16 from 12, 4 fours, opening up against Brooks and Ogborne.
I suppose there can't be that many overs left in the day there.
No, indeed.
So they're sort of night watchman maybe. And the fact that he was not out and he was in and the rest of it.
Not far from a century. He's got a first class century actually, Kyle Abbott. He's a fine bat, he had some good innings. Good innings against Middlesex. Great guy as well, Kyle Abbott. Loves the game. Brief spell with Middlesex as an all-rounder overseas in T20. 316 for 6 here. Kyle Abbott, 36 years of age, and his top score in first class cricket is 97, not out. And today, did I say he was 80? 89, not out. Goodness me.
Who was it scored a very fast hunt? Was that the other Abbott? There's another Abbott, isn't there?
For
It's the
Surrey.
one.
Yeah, Surrey. He's Australian, isn't he?
Yeah,
Sean Abbott.
that's the one.
Up in the air. And over the top of Robbie White. 6 for Keogh, moves him to 21. Leads 264. In his head, Kyle Abbott will be thinking it's a century of sorts. 80, what did you say it was? 89 not out, and he's now 16 not out, opening the second innings. Cut hard, but the sweeper's back helm, just a single. Surrey at 167 for 3 now. Sibley's still there on 81. Latham gone for 60. Smith's gone quickly for 2. Folkes has 16. Surrey lead Nottinghamshire by 124. It's bubbling up nicely for the final day. Lost to Lancashire. I guess Surrey will have to have an eye over their shoulder now on Essex, who at Blackpool have a chance themselves. Hampshire, oh, they've got to keep pace. You almost think that they, following on, may even try and go for it somehow tomorrow at Taunton if Abbott gets going in the morning. Maybe the late dart at Somerset tomorrow evening. Too far behind actually, thinking about it. It's batting to save the game for Hampshire. Tarma 38 without loss. They need 14 to beat Gloucestershire, who were all out for 188 in their second innings at Chestley Street. Slammed back at Carey, takes a deflection into the onside. He's hurt his hand at slip already. Hopefully that doesn't do any more.
Really don't need that because you hit that well.
Oh, it was his boot. I thought it was his hand he threw down. Oh. Glamorgan 394 for 9. Match heavily delayed. Cornisa has 168 for 196 deliveries for Glamorgan against Leicestershire. Cardiff still in the first innings of that match. Sussex 171 for 4. They lead Derbyshire by 166. They've recovered the situation there, having been 34 for 3, 72 for 4. Coles with 88. Young Ibrahim with him on 34. And Worcestershire just begun their second innings, trailing Yorkshire by 165, having been skittled for 242, so they're following on, aren't they? Edged, no slip. Extra bit of bounce on that for Helm. Tumbling stop from De Carey's. It's away. Fine. Wide of Simpson though. 4 more onto the board. The lead's 274. 332 for 6. So that marvellous ringtone we just heard was Yusuf on the guitar, strumming away.
Well, not strumming, no, not exactly strumming. That was on. Well, I've got 2 12-string guitars at home. That was on one of them.
I think I did see a picture of you on tour of the West Indies somewhere with a guitar out. I'm trying to think who the journos were alongside you. I saw it the other day. That'd be right. This isn't a recent hobby of yours, it's a long term, isn't it?
Oh crikey, I've had actually the guitar I played that on I've had for nearly 60 years.
There we go.
I bought it second hand then. In a music shop in Oxford Road, Manchester. In about 1968, I think. Yeah, 50 years. Well, I was 20, wasn't I then? But yeah.
Chewing away out to deep cover for a single. 3-3-3 for 6, end of the 110th. That run rate, 3.03 now. Keogh 24 from 24. They sent a few in ahead of him as well, up the scoring rate, but he's doing quite nicely. 275 is the lead. They'll feel content now, won't they? 275, they know they've got something considerable to bowl at. They'll want another 60 or so from here. 7 overs remain. Middlesex need a breakthrough. Slow this down a bit. So Higgins at the lake end. This is a good move as well, actually, isn't it? He took the new ball immediately. Back on. Try and help wrap this up now. The tenacious little so-and-so, as he was once described by Angus Fraser to me when he first broke through at Middlesex. How many guitars there? 6, 5. 10 guitars. Blimey. We'll have to hold this up to the camera and show the audience, to the comms cam, your guitar collection. Can you go sideways with it? It might all fit in. They're impressive, folks. You still a tweeter?
No, I gave that up. The number of guitars you have is not a reflection on how good you are. It's just a reflection of how many guitars you've got. But I do like them.
Catch it, the cry. Short of the deep square. Peter Lamb. Starting to milk it a little here, aren't they? Managed to get the run rate up over 3.
Yeah, it's crept up, hasn't it? It crept up over the 3, so they've been...
Partnership was 45.
Yeah.
So they just need to be a little bit careful here, don't they? They need 280.
6 overs, they're going to be around about 300 in the lead, aren't they?
If they keep going in the morning, again, that 330 that we're talking about still on for them. 330 off 75, said in Middlesex. Sharply run, well run.
If 75 overs was their target, they'd probably get more than 330 if that was the case, unless they lose the wickets, of course.
Yeah, that'll be what, 24 overs from here, a couple of change of innings. 24 overs, another 75 runs, 350. That's assuming that Middlesex break this partnership and slow it down slightly in the getting there. Of course, they could power onwards and upwards to well beyond if the partnership keeps going, but I think Middlesex will be bitterly disappointed if they're chasing any more than 330. Ball in hand, this partnership. It's got going as up to the rate on a pitch that has been difficult to score on. Thinking two again. No, just the single. Looked pretty short that. I think it is going to be signal a no ball, isn't it? It is. Overhead height. .340 for 6. It's an excellent score for Northamptonshire. And well, Gay on 7-7 now. Again, having retired hurt this morning, he's done a pretty decent job. His highest score of the season.
I thought he played well last night. I remember remarking on that, and it was only surprising when he went off. You'd have got good money, wouldn't you, on getting 350 second on the pitch as it had been playing, actually.
Goes back a little to what Middlesex are saying about their disappointment, that they felt they were light in their second innings. All done for 277. Northamptonshire 219. I thought Middlesex bowled really well on day one. Sharp single. All those batters that got in, as we talked about on day one, but never went on, you kind of look back on that now, and as we always say, you reflect on an innings after both sides have batted. Well, Middlesex did very well to not let any of them go on. Certainly feel it did a little bit more sideways on day one. Day two a little bit up and down. Day three not much at all. What'll it do day four? Side and through it goes. Leg stump, half volley, put away. 2 set back. Keogh's on to 30 from 30. Northamptonshire nudged to the 350 mark. Feels like it's a runner ball at the moment. What Middlesex are able to do to draw up the runs: 348 for 6, 112 bowls, lead of 290. Keogh's batted really, really well, and again they pushed 2 in ahead of him. Zaib and Taylor.
The rejigging the batting order has been quite a good move, hasn't it? Yeah, it could be a really good day's cricket tomorrow. It's being set up, isn't it?
Oh, Abbott's out for Hampshire. He's gone for 16, caught and bowled Bashir. Hampshire 31 for 1, trailing Somerset by 139. What to do to save the game tomorrow, but it's going to be a tired Somerset attack. Hampshire's first innings lasted for 102 overs. An experienced attack as well, led by Brooks.
Yeah, he's another one of those who's sort of returned, isn't he? And there's a few going round the counties in the dotage. You know, Rushworth, we mentioned him. We'll get him in a couple of weeks' time, won't we?
Warwickshire beaten Kent by an innings and 46 runs. Up in the air, but safe. Steered out in front of Milan at deep square, around to deep mid wicket. They have a couple. So Kent will be 9 played, sitting just above Middlesex. That's a 350 up for Northamptonshire, 350 for 6. Middlesex 51 points. Kent was 72 coming into the game. Having played a game more, they've now played 2 more, with this game having finished. I'm sure they take bowling points. They take from that. Got 2 bowling points, so they now sit on 74 points to Middlesex's 51, but as such Middlesex have this game and 1 more in hand. Nottinghamshire meantime, the team just above Kent's. Surrey lead them by 140 runs. They're 184 for 4 now. Punched away. Edgely down to deep third. Sibley's gone for 83. Folks has 19. Jacks has 12. Catch it again. It's rolled over the top of it, Bamba. Leads 298. 356 for 6. Steered around the corner. Too much for Bamba. All 300 be too much for Middlesex. 298 lead. 4.1 overs remain today. We did even have a murmur earlier about whether they'd pull out tonight and have an over at them. Oh, he's clipped that off leg stump, and the lead is 302. And they're going to have an over at Middlesex tonight, are they? Is that them done? No, he's just asking for a change of gloves with 3 overs to go. Yeah, it is just a change of gloves. I think Bamber and Helm would have been coming out, both of them this time. again from Helm. .303 the leads, 3.1 overs remaining. Couple more there. 305 the lead. It's not many times. That's the end of the over. 363 for 6. Not many times at Merchant Taylor's School we've sat here and thought, oh, this would have been a good 5-day game. Well done the ground staff. Richard Ayling and co.
Well, they seem to read their own pitch very well, don't they? What they've been saying about it. A little bit of moisture in it early on, bit of green grass. The grass has browned off.
Essex had a bit of a tumble, 213 for 7, but they do lead by 350 against Lancashire, and actually a pretty similar match situation there. They're bossing it more though. Essex having taken a 140 run first innings lead, and it's a much lower scoring game. Well, not much lower. Lancashire all out for 145 in their first innings, but Lawrence 95 from 111. Bracewell with him now. Critchley, Walter, Harmer and Buttleman going in a pretty quick succession. 3 for Bailey. Surrey will be keen to beat Nottinghamshire tomorrow, looking at that Essex score at Lancashire. Quick single for Keogh. They've tested out that knee of Gay, haven't they, since he came back in? He's done all right.
I think you need to put the ice pack on that.
Yeah.
The close of play.
Can't see him doing much fielding tomorrow. Warwickshire are second in the table now, having played 8. They are 13 points behind Surrey, same number of games played, so still on up there. Again, Essex, they come into it 23 points behind Surrey. They're committing they'll be keen on that victory tomorrow against Lancashire. Middlesex have to go to Old Trafford in September. Gay looks a little bit more reluctant on that single, I must say, at the end of the day. 165 balls faced. How many minutes has he been out there? 458 minutes. With a dodgy knee. Strolled single to a wide long arm. There you go, run a ball again this over. Is there anything that Middlesex could have particularly done to try and slow this scoring rate? So in singles, boundaries coming a little bit more freely in this partnership. Feels well spread, isn't it? Points and cover up. So to mid wicket, mid on. 368 for 6. 115 overs done. 12 balls remain of day 3. This partnership, 76.
A brisk partnership though, isn't it? It's really put the hammer down.
It's actually taken what has been a relatively tight game to this point. To the point where you'd say if Middlesex win this tomorrow, they've done very, very well.
Yeah.
Chasing in excess of 300. You'd fancy if Middlesex are to win this, they are going to have to find somebody to score 3 figures for the first time this season.
I think that's definitely the case.
Personal milestones here for these two in the morning as well. Well, Keogh might do it tonight. 46 from 41. I'd be surprised if he didn't. Fumble from Higgins. Single for Keogh onto 47. To come of the day from Helm. It's a slight Slightly tired bouncer down the leg side, that one. 25th over of the innings. Last ball of the day from Helm. On for 71. Proctor caught at deep third by De Carey's. I assume that was the slower ball despite the big grunt from Helm. Bounced on the way through to Simpson.
It was always going to be something different. There was a conversation between, I think it might have been Stoneman and Rojo just before that ball. They passed it on, so
Back of the hand, slower ball. Looked like from Helm.
yeah.
Sam Robson to bowl the final over of the day.
Sam Robson to bowl the final over of the day.
370 for 6. Very, very handy lead here. 312. Game on the final day. Runs on the board. You'd probably just have to make Northamptonshire favourites at this stage. They've got the runs on the board already.
Yeah, Winleys would be up there, wouldn't it? They'd put them as favourite.
60-30, 10 the draw. Probably not even that, the draw 5. Something I heard in the test actually. He kept on coming up 1% the draw, and he thought, well, the draw's impossible, but actually that 1% is, when it says draw, they actually mean tie. Tie is included in the draw.
Exactly that. That's exactly that.
So it's hard. Kia has a single, moves to 48. May not have his 50 tonight then. But I think the draw can't be ruled out by Middlesex losing early wickets in the chase, and then by the end of the day having to hang on.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, they haven't got to score. Actually, they need to score a lower rate than they scored in the first innings to get more runs, but nonetheless a lower rate.
Kia might have a go at his 50 tonight. Yes, no. Oh, it's going to be a run out. Should be a run out. There is a run out. Keogh's gone for 48. Fumes with Gay. And that is the final over of the day. So that is stumps. And Gay's going to have to follow him back.
A little bonus there at the end of the day, wasn't it? That.
Well, something of a relief for Middlesex, I'd imagine.
He's not going to race.
He's not
going to
wait for him, yeah.
Catch him up and say, well played.
Denies him a 50. Still having a look back, Keogh. I mean, to be fair to Gay,
Yep.
end of the day, sore
There'll
knee.
be gloves throw, there'll be the bat go, there'll be the helmet go.
Yeah, stick with it, cameraman, please. Poor Keogh. I mean, when he does settle down in a moment, though, you will think Gay, with a sore knee, has done extremely well. 170 balls, 85 runs, and a lead of 314. Although Keogh, I'm sure his fury will probably be that they have a figure in mind tomorrow. They've got a plan in mind, and well, Gay's going to have to do it on his own in the morning now.
Yeah, I think it's the final part of the day, the last session there proved to be rather make up for the other two sessions, which were a bit drab, weren't they? And they played themselves into a really good position in Northampton.
Fun day. Mike Selvey, thanks very much. From myself, Kevin Hand, and the stream team will be back tomorrow for what really should be quite an exhilarating day now. We've had to wait for it a little bit on a couple of sessions today. We said the proof would be in the pudding. Well, we've got a lovely venue for it. We should be serving up quite the dish tomorrow as the lead is already 314. 3 wickets standing. Gay on 85. Middlesex will be very much hopeful they can wrap this up cheaply in the morning. It's going to be a big effort to defeat the team 1 place below them at the bottom of Division 1. From all of us here at Merchant Taylors School, it's a very good night to you all.